Good afternoon, California, and welcome to this September 7th business meeting of the Citizens Redistricting Commission. I'm Neil Fornashari, and along with my colleague Sarah Sadwani, we will be hosting the meeting today. I will call the meeting to order and ask Director Hernandez to call the roll, please.
Good afternoon, Chair. I'll begin the roll. Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Lamons. Commissioner Sadwani.
Here.
Commissioner Sanai.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Turner. Okay, I see her screen on. So. Commissioner Vasquez.
Here.
Commissioner Yee.
Here.
Commissioner Ahmad.
Here.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
Here.
Commissioner Anderson.
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Presente.
And Commissioner Fornashari.
I am here. Thank you. Thank you,
You have quorum.
Director Hernandez.
And I'm here as well, Chair. Commissioner Turner, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. I'm going to start with a few general announcements before we get into it. I want to just sort of lay a little bit of groundwork for the public, where the commission is at this point and where we're beginning to head. So we are finishing up our second phase, which is the public input phase. We'll be having our three final public input meetings tomorrow, Wednesday the 8th, Thursday the 9th, and Friday the 10th. The 8th will be focused on Southern California, and we will be providing language services in Cantonese, Japanese, Mandarin, and Spanish. That will be from 3 to 7. Then the 9th and 10th will both be statewide community of interest input meetings, and those will also be simulcast in Spanish, and we'll have translators available for all those languages on those days. So we're transitioning from our second phase into our third phase, but that by no means means that the public cannot continue to provide input. We welcome your input throughout this process. So if you have communities of interest input that you'd like to provide us and are unable to make it to any of those three meetings, you can visit drawmycacommunity.org. That's drawmycacommunity.org and provide your input online. Or you can visit our webpage, www.wedrawthelinesca.org. That's www.wedrawthelinesca.org, and browse through our landing page, our homepage, and find out there are a number of different ways you can provide input. You can email it, you can mail it, or you can call, and that information is available there. So as I mentioned, we're transitioning into phase 3, and that's our line drawing phase. And I'm just taking a little time up front to let you all know what's coming up over the next week or so. So today, you'll notice we put together a meeting schedule for you. It's in the agenda handouts. Can't really see that, I guess, but it's in the meeting handouts. It lets you know what we're going to be talking about today and what the timing of today is going to be. And then on the 11th is our next CRC meeting, and we'll be focused in that meeting on a lot of the sort of the groundwork for line drawing and guidelines of discussion and just kind of review some communities of interest input also probably that day. And then the 15th, 17th, and 18th, we're really going to be digging deep into the community's interest, input, and begin to think about directions for our line drawers. So anyway, I just want to take a few minutes up front to sort of frame where we're headed, what the transition looks like at this point, and let you all be prepared. We are, we're able to nail things down a little bit better now as far as timing goes, and that's why we put this schedule together. I think our expectations will continue to provide a schedule for folks so they can understand when we'll be talking about their areas and can join in. It's a notional schedule. We'll do our best to keep on time. So today, we have a couple of times where we're going to be reviewing some COI submissions and then just go through our business meeting work. So with that, I am going to ask Christian, our comment moderator, to open it for public comment.
Yes, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the Commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 881-3402-5430. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you've dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you'll hear a message that says, "The host would like you to talk. Press *6 to speak." If you'd like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. And we do have a caller. Caller 5405. And I will bring them in now, just a moment. Caller 5405, if you could please follow the prompts to unmute. You are unmuted. The floor is yours.
Terrific. Thank you. Hello, Commissioners. This is Dylan Johnson from SEIU. First, I just wanted to congratulate the Commission on this momentous week as you wrap up your pre-map public input hearings. I know I've been learning a lot about the unique tapestry of California, just like you have. So just want to thank you personally for providing that learning experience. But secondly, I wanted to point out that this is also a big week in Sacramento, as it is the end of the legislation year. So for your Government Affairs Subcommittee, I wanted to point out two pieces of legislation moving forward. The first is SB 594, which makes the necessary changes to the elections calendar to accommodate an additional delay in the deadline for adopting final maps. So that bill passed the Assembly 73-0 and the Senate 37-0 last week, and it's now on the governor's desk for signature. So I'm looking forward to a new Gantt chart in our future on that one. And then the second piece of legislation is AB 361, which extends the Bagley-Keene exemptions through January 31st of next year. So 361 was amended Friday and will be eligible for consideration as soon as today. So that issue has been of considerable importance to some commissioners. So it's good to see that issue is being addressed by the legislature. So as you start line drawing, you're entering a more difficult phase in your process. Not everyone is going to get what they want. Not everyone is going to be happy. You can start a pool on the first time someone uses the word gerrymander to describe your labors, because that sadly, is an inevitability. With that, it is helpful to remember among all those tensions, there are just a lot of people in and out of the commission
10
laboring
seconds.
to simply allow the process to work as the voters intended. So thank you all so much, and good luck today. Thanks.
Well, thank you for calling in, Mr. Johnson, and following along with us. We appreciate that and appreciate the update on those two pieces of legislation. Thank you very much.
And now we have caller 2829. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor
Good
is yours.
afternoon, hello. Good afternoon, commissioners. This is Renee West-Delusk. I have a question. If Airtable, if it's been updated with more entries, and is there a special instruction to try to find lost entries? Like I brought it up at your last business meeting, and I kept trying to find certain public testimonies that were given. They'd be on the left-hand side of the Airtable, but I couldn't find them anywhere on the right-hand side. And I did take Commissioner Anderson's tip on looking in other areas, like in my county, and I couldn't find those testimonies. So I just kind of wanted an update on the Airtable.
Okay, so go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I just meant the right side of the Airtable didn't match what was on the left side, which is the pin map. I couldn't find all the entries that were on the left side of Airtable in the pin map on the right side. If that clarifies anything.
Okay. I have a question for you. You mentioned, when you called in last week, this one suggestion was to send us an email with the, highlighting the entries that you weren't able to find. Were you able to do that?
I'm still trying to find all the ones I couldn't find and put them in an email. I'm in the process of writing the email. It's in a draft form right now.
Okay. So I think to be more precise in our answer, we'd have to see the inputs in question. One thing that is coming to my mind is that some of the written inputs aren't able to be mapped, so to speak, to a specific region. And so there wouldn't be a pin with them, for instance. But, we'd have to get the list that you are concerned about, the list of inputs that you have in question in order to answer those questions more precisely. And then to your first question, Director Hernandez, as part of his report, will be discussing Airtable and where things, sorry, not going to call it Airtable. I'm going to call it our input database, and he'll be discussing the database and what the status is on that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And I'll try to send that email in maybe today. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, that'd be great. That'd really be helpful. And thank you for for following along and calling in. We really appreciate your input. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
And that is all our callers at this time, Chair.
I have a question thank you, Commissioner Anderson.
Just along those lines for Ms. West-Delusk, if it says keep our county together, those often do not have maps, pin maps that represent it. If it's just keep our city together, that comment might not necessarily have a pin map to go with it, because that is automatically a criteria. So if it is, if you're looking for a particular input that says, I want, whatever county to stay together, that wouldn't necessarily have a pin map. So it's just, if you have other combinations, then you should expect a pin map. But any issue, send the email.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. In following up on Mr. Johnson's input. I wanted to ask, and I can wait until later in the meeting for the answer, but materials development had developed 3 new pieces for use. One specifically on gerrymandering and what gerrymandering is and isn't, and helping people understand why districts were drawn the way they were drawn last time, referring them to the final report of the 2010 commission with the explanation of each of the districts. But I'm not seeing that piece or the one on contiguity or on incumbents anywhere. So if I can just get an answer at some point on what happened to those pieces. Those were finalized, I think, in June.
Okay. Would that be, I guess that would be a question for the communication director's report?
Can be.
Okay. We'll put it on hold until then.
Thanks.
Thanks. Any other, yeah, I kind of skipped ahead. Sorry, my fellow commissioners. Did anyone else have a general announcement? Okay. With that, then we will go to agenda item 3, director reports. We'll start with the executive director, Hernandez.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, commissioners and Californians. Want to first thank you all, commissioners, for your well wishes and the passing of my grandmother, Mama Julia. Just really appreciate it. I hadn't had a chance to thank you all, but I wanted to do so publicly. So thank you for that. Our meeting schedule, I just updated the meeting schedule. The dates will not likely change, but some of the definitions or the descriptions of the meetings on that meeting schedule may change moving forward as we fine-tune the line drawing activities. As Commissioner Fornashari, Chair Fornashari mentioned, we are down to our last few COI input meetings, and it just seems like we started them yesterday, just about. It's been 3 months, if you can believe that. But I wanted to take this time to thank our outreach and communication staff for all the hard work that they have done over the last 3 months. There was a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes before, during, and after the meetings. Staff have made it look easy and seamless, and I am very appreciative of all the hard work that they have done. I also want to thank our videographers, our ASL staff, closed caption, transcribers, language interpreters, and line drawer staff for their hard work, cooperation, and professionalism throughout this whole process. Chair Fornashari, did I miss anyone? Okay, just checking. All right, in regards to our data management, I wanted to mention...
You're killing me, Alvaro.
Okay. In regards to the data management, we are continuing to update the database. It's updated through August 20th at this time. We're going to look to update at the end of every week with another batch of information. What we're doing is clean up to make sure that the information is correct. Not so much a testimony, but that the fields and everything that carries over into the database doesn't have any bugs in it. So that's what we're doing. We want to make sure that when it comes over, it is accurate and fields don't overlap other fields and things like that. So that's where we are with the database. Hopefully that answers your question as far as the PIN map and things like that. As far as I know, the PIN map is not the exact location. It's a general location. So as you filter through, you might not find it in the exact city that you're thinking of, but it will be in that general area. But we'll look into updating that information to be more specific or as specific as we can do so. I see a hand up, Commissioner Sonai.
Sorry, I hear what you're saying, but I think we do need to be a little bit more specific than we're being right now. I've been looking at the San Diego ones, and with wearing my hat, knowing the community and knowing that we got so many calls around Barrio Logan and South Bay, that was kind of the first thing I looked up. And there's only 3 pins on Barrio Logan. So but if you do a search on the grid, a lot more come up. And so what I'd like to recommend is that the staff leads work with the database the database team and maybe staff leads and commissioner leads, if that's helpful. Those who know the community well that can help the database person, because they're not going to know all these nuances. And the reason this is really important is Barrio Logan is one of those communities, like many of the communities who have called in, who don't feel heard. And so if they did a really good effort to call in and tell us, City Heights, there's a lot of them from City Heights, which is another community that doesn't feel heard, and they were put in the general middle dot. And that's just making them feel even less heard. So it is really kind of critical for us to try to get it a little bit more accurate on the PIN map, not a little bit, to really work with our lead staffs as well as commissioners if possible. I know it's not so much the data's there and it's accurate if you use the grid, but the visual is not what we would want for those communities who have felt not heard.
Are you going to respond to that, Albert? Okay. Commissioner Ahmed and then Commissioner or Director Hernandez.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Sinai, for your thoughts on this. But working with the Data Management Subcommittee, the understanding is that the PIN map is pins of those COIs that can be associated with a geographic region, right? So not all the input in the Airtable or in the database will have a geographic component associated with it. The pins are also centroids, so based off of what the individual submitted as their COI, the center point of that COI, and that's for privacy reasons, right? We don't want to pin exactly where that COI is coming from. So I wouldn't put as much emphasis on the visual to be as exact as the raw testimony because of the limitations that we have to consider when we are presenting the data in that format. Of course, there's probably other ways, like a heat map or some other types of methods that we could use, but the way that it is displayed right now is the most accurate way that it can be displayed, given the input and the data that we do have from the public. That's all. I'll just leave it at that.
I think Director Hernandez had his hand up also.
So I just wanted to add that we will take a look at that and see how we can more fine-tune it to those general areas that you're referring to. Those neighborhoods in some areas, in some instances, are not reflective on the map that we're using. So there's some limitations with that as well. So we'll take another look at it and see what we can do to make it more accurate, if at all possible. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. Appreciate that.
So, Director Hernandez, where are we at with regard to the data in the tool at this point? Are we still with the August 12th community of interest input through the tool? And where are we at with the testimony getting the testimony that we have received into the tool?
So we have updated the database through the 20th. And as far as the testimony, we're still doing some cleanup on some of that testimony. As I mentioned earlier, there's some of the fields that merged together. We're trying to clean it up. Not so much the actual what was said, but just clean up on the fields and things of that to make sure that they're carrying over correctly. Our hope is to update through the 27th and hopefully get even further along through the end of August to get it all updated up until then at the end of the week. I will check in with the data manager at the break and see if I can have an update for you on where we are with the rest of the testimony. Again, we're receiving information from the statewide database as one piece of it. We're also updating the information from letters and emails that we received. And we're also updating information from the COI input meetings that we've had, where staff have taken down the testimony of the individuals. So 3 different pieces that we're pulling together into the database.
Yeah, I think, so thank you for that. I think you've answered Ms. Westalusk's question about where we're at. Although it seems like, that's from the COI tool. So if you could kind of let us know where you're at on incorporating the public testimony that we've received into the database, I think that would go a long way to helping us understand Commissioner Sinai's question too, because I could imagine that some of that input has not been potentially not in the database yet.
Sure thing. I'll circle back with you later today and let you know where we are with everything on the database. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And yes, I'd like to thank everyone too for their hard work. And I'm just going to say everyone so I don't forget anyone this time. And then I also want to comment about the database. It's really challenging to stand up a database in the best of circumstances. This is even more difficult circumstances standing up a database this quickly. So I would, encourage the public. We've received some feedback that, potentially pieces of data are missing or they're not quite right. Just please, if you go find your input in there and it's not right, let us know so we can fix it and get it right. We really want to do the best we can to get this as right as we can. So please give us the feedback. Don't hesitate to provide feedback if you see something not quite right. So thank you for that. Is that it, Director Hernandez?
No, I have a couple more things.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. So our fiscal director, John Fitzpatrick, has informed us that he's planning to transition to a new position outside of the commission this fall, sometime in October. And we've kind of worked out a time frame. This is going to allow us to find a replacement and also help us ensure the continued staff support for the commission. I want to thank John for his efforts to date and his flexibility as we move through the final stages of requesting formal access to the CRC appropriations included in the 2021 Budget Act. I'll provide more update as details are finalized. So I wanted to make sure you were aware of that as well. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Hernandez. Are there any questions? Okay. Who's next? Communication Director's report?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Did our Executive Director have one more thing? I saw his hand go up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry, Chair. I wanted to mention that I will be reporting on the Outreach Director's report. And the extent of that report is that the information is available on our website. We posted it to our handouts. So if you want more details of that, and then we're going to have two of our staff sharing some information about a particular area today, as we did last week. So wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Okay, Director Seha.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to start with an email I received yesterday. Actually, Director Kaplan and I received an email from someone asking webpage differ from other CRC meetings that we've had in the past, and how the public's participation will differ in COI review meetings or line drawing directive or whatever we titled our CRC meetings. So I think you covered most of that with your opening. So I'll make sure to put that in writing and put it somewhere on our website as an update as to how folks can continue to participate in our meetings. Nothing has changed from my perspective. Californians still have the ability to call in and give public comment. It's just, I think the bulk of the information that we'll be reviewing will be different at every commission meeting. So I'll put something in writing and post it on our website for folks to know how to continue participating in our CRC business meetings. Did want to give a quick update.
Director Seha, before
Yes.
you go any further, can I just ask you to put some thoughts down, but run it by the line drawing team before you post it, because they have the whole vision of how this is going to work. That'd be great. Thank you.
Sure, will do. Wanted to give an update again on the contracts. On Friday, we were hoping to get approval from the Office of Legal Services, OLS, for the remaining radio and billboard contracts. Only one got through, so we're waiting on the rest of them. Actually, one more radio and billboard contractor. Hopefully that'll come through today or tomorrow. We did get our social media contractor approved, so we're working. We already had one meeting to transfer over our social media channels and get the approvals to start on social media buys. And then we have 2 or 3 other pending contracts, and I'll report on those as they get approved. We did put up the social media analytics. Not much has changed since our last meeting, but that is up, so I won't go too deep into that. We do have 15,873 contacts on our database currently. We had 10 articles mention California redistricting in the past week. 3 of them mentioned the commission. Commissioner Sadwani spoke to Bloomberg News, and we have a pending interview with KMUD, who would like to speak to either Commissioner Toledo or Taylor, sorry. So I shot out an email to both, so hopefully we'll get a response soon. We did send out a newsletter for this month on Friday that I think was one of the meatier newsletters. Somebody actually wrote back to me saying there's too much information in here for me to take in. That's a good thing. We actually have something to say this month, and it's all updates on everything that we've been doing. So I think that was one of the better newsletters we've put out. Also shot out an e-blast today for the last 3 remaining COI meetings, just lighting the fire under California so that they can continue calling in during those sessions, and reminding them also that they still have the option to skip the line and go online at drawmacaliforniacommunity.org. And that is the end of my report.
Thanks, Director Seha. I have Commissioner Kennedy, then Commissioner Fernandez.
Just wanting to get an update on where we stand with transcripts from previous meetings. Thank you.
So I did check in with Raul. I was going to write you an email about this. I was actually writing it. Was getting final confirmations from Raul. The 2010 transcripts are going to require being reformatted, from my understanding. And I don't believe we've identified a funding source to do that. So that's an impediment for us to continue doing that, and might want to check in with our executive director and Raul on that.
Well, the 2010 website is a separate question from transcripts of this commission's meetings.
I think Director Hernandez has a comment.
Yeah, several of the transcripts recent meetings are being finalized and prepared to be delivered to us, and then we'll post them.
Could we please get just a listing of all the meetings we've held and where the transcripts stand for each meeting, please?
Will do.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Now that we do have our database, I'm just wondering if the outreach and communications area, if you want to call it a heat map, a pin map, you can see where some areas there isn't as much input. So I'm just wondering if there's some concentrated efforts for those areas that haven't provided as much input as we would like.
Yeah, Director Hernandez, and then
Yes.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Thank you. So we are doing a gap analysis. Our outreach director, communication director, and I discussed it last week, and we are working on that gap analysis to identify those specific areas where we have not reached out or haven't had responses from. So that way our marketing, including our radio ads, things of that nature, will be targeted for those areas that have not been reached at this point.
Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, totally unrelated question for Director Seha. I know that we now have the public comment and public input sections on our website, and thank you. That's so helpful. I think a lot of us were looking for that. I'm just curious, what I'm seeing right now is though that for the meeting itself, then we no longer have public comment added to it. So I just wanted to get a sense of, have we received any public comment prior to this meeting? And if so, would it appear with this meeting and on the website or in the public comment and public input sections? I just want to make sure that I'm getting everything, and I just don't want to make sure I'm not missing out on any.
Yeah, so thank you for that question. It's a good one, actually. I think during the transition from myself to Martin, I didn't mention that. We will continue to place them in both sections. So you'll find public comment in the public comment tab, but also under the meeting so that you can see the most up to date. So we'll continue doing that. And Martin actually has been working, he worked over the weekend on making sure that all input and comments were tagged based on date. I know in the past they were sort of all over the place because we were just entering as they came in. So now they should be formatted by date.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
So Commissioner or Director Seha, you said the database had 15,000 hits. Is that what you said?
Our communications database, our contacts.
Okay. With 15,000 people?
Yeah. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, it's grown over the past few months. We started at 3,000 when I started.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
And it's gonna grow more.
Wow. Okay. Very good. Are there any other questions for Director Seha?
Just a comment with 15,000. It sounds like you've been successful at making redistricting sexy. So well done.
Yeah. Very good. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Were there any questions on the outreach report? Okay. Well, we'll go to Chief Counsel's report. Oh, wait, Commissioner Sinai, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was wondering, when will we see the updated outreach and communications for this interim phase between while we're in the middle of the COI phase 2 and phase 3? We wanted a special effort during September, and we got one a plan sort of last time, but we had asked for some more details. And I was wondering, by our next meeting, we're going to be halfway through the month, and it was really for this month. So I was curious when we would get that update.
I'll be working on it with Director Seha and Director Kaplan. Thank you. We'll be working on providing those updates. Unfortunately, we didn't get to it last week, and so we're still working on that piece of it, but thank you.
Okay. There you are, Chief Counsel Payne.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to briefly highlight, although I thank Mr. Johnson for doing this earlier, and Marion will probably have more to say about it, but just to highlight AB 361, as he previously mentioned, this bill previously only applied to local agencies, and it has now since been including state agencies. And this would allow the commission as well as other state agencies to continue to meet remotely until January 31st of 2022. And that allows for essentially the extension of the provisions that have been extended from the executive orders so far, but this will be codified until January 31st of 2022. Marion, do you have anything you want to think might be helpful for the commissioners to know on that?
As Mr. Johnson said, it is on the Senate calendar. They're in their last week, so it's a guess as when it's going to come up. But assuming it goes as smoothly as it has so far, and it's an urgency bill, which means it'll take effect immediately if it gets the required 2/3 vote. So we'll keep monitoring it and let you know when there's anything to report.
Mr. Johnson mentioned this SP 594 changes to the election calendar. I guess I should ask him, what are those changes? Do we know?
I don't know offhand. I'll have to look at that legislation. I can get back to you on that, unless Marion knows off the top of her head now.
Okay. Any questions? Is that it, Mr. Payne?
Yes, that's all we had, I think. Unless
Okay.
Marion, you have something
Marion?
else?
Just an update. Since I'm still listed on the Supreme Court calendar as the attorney for the 2010 Commission, I'm getting the things that are filed in the Padilla motion. And we just got a letter, which I've sent you all, from community groups supporting the request for the extension. And I'm sure Karamasa Wish will be sending you those as they receive them, but I probably get them earlier as the counsel for the 2010 Commission. So I'll keep forwarding those to you. The replies are due by 3 o'clock today.
Okay. Well, that's great. Thank you. We should post those somehow too. Thanks, Freddie. Okay.
I should send them to Freddie.
Yeah, or all of us, and then Freddie, copy Director Seha so we can post them. Thank you. Great. Okay. I guess that's it on the director's reports. We will go to agenda. Oh, I got to have to take public comment. I see Anthony's looking at me. Yes. Public, Christian, can you ask for public comment on agenda item number 3, please?
Sure thing, Chair. The Commission will now take public comment on agenda item 3. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 881-3402-5430. Once you've dialed in, please press *9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions are read at the beginning of the meeting and are provided on the live stream landing page. And there are no calls in the queue at this time, Chair.
Okay, if you could let me know when the instructions are complete,
Will
that
do.
would be great. Commissioner Fernandez, you have your hand up.
Yeah, just quickly, I'm very appreciative of AB 361 that includes the Bagley King language, but I would also be very supportive of, if that does go through, I would still like to make effort for us to meet as a commission together, especially during the line drawing process. So even if we have this extension and we don't have to meet in person, I think I would appreciate if we could meet in person at least a few times.
And those instructions are complete on the stream, Chair.
Thank you, Christian. Director or Commissioner Fernandez, I would concur with that. I think the general feeling amongst the commission is in agreement with that, if we can. I see we have a caller, Christian.
We do, Chair. Just a moment. Caller 2829, if you'd like to give a comment, please press star 9. Caller 2829, please follow the prompts to unmute. You are unmuted. The floor is yours.
Yes, this is Renee Westerlusk, and I just have a question regarding the column or drop-down box where it says public input, and there are probably hundreds of letters listed by the date, and they give like a general location of where the letter came from that gives public comment, more than public comment, it's public input for the COIs. Are those letters associated with anything on the PIN map? Or are all those letters just going to be separate from anything in the Airtable database in the right side of the Airtable database, that PIN map? And are they going to be listed eventually in the left side of the COI input database on the Airtable website?
Yes, so the intent is to include all the input in the database, and those pieces of input that can be mapped in a way, can be mapped. Will have the map will have a centroid, and that will show up on the PIN map.
Okay, so
not sure they're all in there at this point, but that's certainly the intent, that we have staff working behind the scenes to input all those pieces of input into the database.
So that includes the letters that are on the website under public input?
Correct.
Okay.
Right, absolutely, yes. Yeah. Okay, you're welcome. Thank you for calling.
Okay, thank you.
And we have one more caller.
Yes, Chair. Caller 0514, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Lori Schellenberger, Redistricting Consultant for Common Cause. And I'm just calling to flag that Common Cause and its partners filed just about an hour ago an amicus letter in the California Supreme Court in support of your request for clarification and an extension of your final map adoption deadline. And that was filed on behalf of Common Cause, the League of Women Voters of California, former Governor Schwarzenegger, as well as Asian Americans Advancing Justice, Asian Law Caucus, Asian Americans Advancing Justice Los Angeles, and the Leo Educational Fund. I'm happy to forward a copy of that brief, or your council should have received a copy and a notification as well. Thanks again for all you're doing. And I also wanted to flag whoever posted the schedule for today's meeting. It was really helpful, and I know a lot of groups appreciated more detail on how your agenda would flow today. So thank you again for all the work you're doing, and good luck with your remaining COI hearings this week.
Well, thank you. Thank you for following along. Thank you for participating and providing a brief to the Supreme Court. And you're welcome for the schedule. I thought of you as I was putting it together. So anyway, thank you for that. I don't think we have any more callers.
That's all our callers at this time, Chair.
Okay, thanks. So with that, we'll move to agenda item 4. So,
Chair, it looks like Commissioner Yee has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Yee.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, back to the idea of encouraging meeting together, which I definitely support. I'm wondering, looking at the schedule, starting in October, a bunch of the meetings are listed as either Sacramento or Southern Cal. I was wondering if maybe Director Hernandez could tell us more what the intention is there. Are those plans to get as many of us together in person as possible? And we should plan on that, or what is the nature of that?
That is the plan, yes. And so we kind of broke it up in Northern and Southern California. We still do not have locations as of yet. We wanted to make sure that staff will be looking into those and following up on some of the contacts that we made previously when we were scheduling the COI in-person meetings. So we'll be following up to find out. Now, obviously, there are still some restrictions in certain areas, and those are the only caveat that we have at this point, trying to find a location. Some are not open just yet. Some are that are available, and so we're looking at all different options to see where and when timeframes available for those meetings. But the intent is for the commissioners to attend, if they can.
And as the time gets closer, should we anticipate staff helping us make arrangements for those trips, or should we start thinking about doing that on our own?
Absolutely. We'll provide additional information on how to schedule any flights as far as the location. Depending on where we're going to be, we'll see if we can block a number of different hotels for the commissioners. Once we have the venue, then we can look at who will be traveling, and we'll move forward with that scheduling of the hotels and so forth. But as far as the flights, we do have Concur is available for scheduling of those flights, and we'll provide more information as we get closer to that. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Director Hernandez, are you still considering, excuse me, trying to have these meetings hosted at a hotel where we can all stay at the hotel and then have the meetings in a conference room kind of idea? Is that?
We're going to be looking at all options. The hotel is a lot more costly, and so that is a consideration we'll have to evaluate as we identify the locations. They're definitely more available than other venues, but there is a cost associated with that.
Right. Commissioner Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. Just wanted to also flag that I really, really want us to think about hosting the meetings later into the evening, especially if we are going into these communities and inviting in-person public comment, whatever that may look like safely. Really want us to think about opening up in the evenings and having those meetings scheduled for evenings so that folks have time to participate after work. Currently, most of the meetings are scheduled for business hours, and I think most of our community input meetings have been successful again in the late afternoons and evenings when folks are a bit more flexible to either call in or certainly travel from wherever they may be in that community to come give public comment in person. So yeah, really do not want us to lose sight of that, as most of the holds on our calendars are from 9 to 4:30 or 9:30 to 4:30.
Commissioner Sadwani?
Not to get us terribly off track, but I would love if there is continued interest to meet. I've had ongoing interest to meet everyone. I actually think it'd be really helpful maybe as a social gathering, even prior to line drawing in October. I know we have some meetings on the 28th and 29th. Perhaps we could even schedule something for any that felt comfortable or able to travel to meet. I think it would be really lovely to have an opportunity to meet all of you before we move into that more, hopefully not, but potentially contentious time period in which we really need to start making some decisions.
I think that's a great suggestion. Director Hernandez, I don't know if he had asked me to bring this up. I don't know if I did or he did last meeting, but everyone is at this point welcome to travel to Sacramento and attend the meetings in the office. But perhaps we should be a little more intentional, trying to see if we can schedule some way to get together 27th or the 30th or something like that, or maybe in the evening after one of the meetings on the 28th or 29th. Any other comments, thoughts? Okay.
Sure.
So
This
okay.
is Linda.
Oh, Linda? I'm
Yeah.
Commissioner Kutagawa. Okay.
Sorry, I forgot.
It's okay.
I just wanted to I just wanted to support what Commissioner Vasquez said about maybe if we have the option of not having to meet solely in person. I do. I guess I'm torn. I'm going to just say that I do agree that while we're doing the line drawing, meeting in person would be probably helpful. I also want to be just conscious of two things, and I'm going to just name it because one, I think what Commissioner Vasquez said, I think varying the times would be enabled by having the virtual meetings, and then also enable others to be able to follow along in somewhat real time. I do know that the live stream is there, but I don't know. I think there's something different about watching just the live stream while we're all in person versus seeing us. There's pros and cons to meeting on Zoom, but I think people can see and hear us differently versus like having a camera pan through a big room with all of us sitting in a big room together. So I do just want to just put that out there that perhaps there could be some kind of mix of both in person as well as considering doing some that would be just virtual, and also varying the times as well too. I also want to just name that for myself, right now, who knows what this Delta variant is going to be. I just need to be cautious in terms of the number of times I get on a plane, only because my husband is immune compromised. So I just want to just name that for myself. So I don't know. I guess if it's close by, like it's Southern California, obviously that's going to be easier. I may just, I'll just say that it may be a possibility that I may just end up driving myself just to avoid getting on a plane too many times. So I just want to try to be conscious of that. And if we have the option of meeting on Zoom, I will say that it's been more of a relief, I guess. Although I miss not being able to meet everybody in person. And I do like the idea of maybe something social where we get to know each other before we start the very difficult process of line drawing.
Yeah, thank you for that, Commissioner Kutugal. I think that is a really, really important point that we'll just reiterate. We all have to, as individual commissioners, we all have to make our own decisions as to what's best for us. The meetings, even if we are holding them in person, they're going to be also on Zoom. And so the commissioners, each commissioner has and staff have an option of joining in person or on Zoom, and I think that we all have to make our own decisions. I have some health issues too that I am concerned about. So, I'm going to have to make those kinds of choices myself too. I see Commissioner Turner has her hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I actually come behind Commissioner Fernandez.
Oh, when you raise your hand, it doesn't show up on your little window because you're on a camera, not on your computer.
It doesn't.
Okay, sorry
because I'm also
about
open. That's okay. I'm also wondering, and of course, I'm trying to minimize, I guess, the exposure that we have. And if we're doing it hybrid, where we're also in Zoom and we're also in person, I believe, and I think this would be for our chief counsel to look into, we could limit the in-person to just us, and then all public comment could be via telephone, so that you're not having additional people during our meeting at present, because you are trying to minimize those that you're being exposed to. So, I think that's something we can also think about as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. The other piece is that because we have just a little bit of time, not a lot, is that for staff, and I will be looking as well to see where are the best practices for having hybrid meetings, having both. I find that they are difficult to conduct a meeting and have everyone feel included when they're in person and people that are on Zoom. And we've tried it once, and there were conversations in the room that we felt that, we were being left out online. And so just and since it looks like we're at some point that will be the best thing to do, I'm hoping we can try and minimize the challenges of that type of meeting and look into any best practices that may be out there for people that are utilizing both online and virtual meetings and in person. Typically, one side or the other feels left out of the conversation. And so we've got to think that through as well.
Excellent point. Commissioner Sinai and I, it's part of the outreach committee, have given that a lot of thought to. So there we have some ideas, but I think that's a great point. And we'll definitely be keeping that in mind while we're designing the in-person meetings. Okay, great conversation and great feedback. Thank you. So we'll go on to, let's see what time it is. Okay, it's got a half hour. We'll go on to agenda item 4. So under 4A, there is a report on quality of census data, and that part of 4A will take place at 2 p.m. when we have the state demographer, Walter Schwarm, and Karen McDonald from the statewide database. They'll be joining us at that time. So Commissioner Sadwani, I don't see Commissioner Toledo, but is there anything else from the Government Affairs Committee?
No, I think that's all that we had for today, is that update, that presentation from them later.
Okay, very good, thank you. Next up will be Finance and Administration Subcommittee.
Yes, so, yes. Oh, did you want me to go ahead?
Yes.
Okay. So we did, we amended the travel policy based on comments that we received last week from the commissioners. So hopefully everyone's had a chance to review it. It was posted on our website, and the only changes from the prior version is if you go to scenario 9, we added and or nonpartisan independent redistricting advocacy groups. And then on scenario 10, we removed the limiting it to 1 day per zone, per commissioner. So those were the only 2 changes we made. If there's any comments, and if not, we would need a motion, I believe. Right, Anthony? Yeah. I'm looking
Yes.
for a head nod.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any comments?
Commissioner Sherman?
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you for taking the comments into consideration and upgrading the policy. I don't have any other comments. I think it solves what we were looking for, and I'd like to make a motion that we approve the full now travel policy addendum.
Do we have a second?
I can second that.
Was that Commissioner Sadwani? Was that you?
Sinai, Commissioner Sinai, I believe.
Oh, Commissioner Sinai, sorry. Okay. Any other discussion or comment? Okay. I guess, Christian, can you open it up for public comment?
Yes, Chair. And this is a motion on which item?
A motion to adopt the updated travel policy.
4D, got it. Oh, B is in Bob, got it. 4B. Awesome.
Yeah, 4B, sorry.
Got it. The Commission will now take public comment on item 4B, the motion that is on the floor. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID number 881-3402-5430. Once you've dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions are read at the beginning of the meeting and are provided on the live stream landing page. And we do not have any callers at this time, Chair.
Okay, please let me know when the instructions are done. Christian, thank you.
Will do. You're welcome. And those instructions are complete now, Chair.
Commissioner Fernandez, does that look right to you?
Yes, but it was Commissioner Turner's motion.
Oh, yeah, it was Commissioner Turner's. My apologies.
It's okay.
Commissioner Turner. Does that
Yes,
look-
it does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And it got PM on there, so we're good to go. All right. It doesn't seem like we have anyone calling in to comment on this. So Commissioner or Director Fernandez, if you could call the roll, call the vote, or
Sure, I'll call the vote. Commissioner Ahmad,
Yes.
Commissioner Kutagawa,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fornashari,
yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Abstain.
Commissioner Lamons, Commissioner Sadwani,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinai,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Toledo, Commissioner Turner,
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez, Commissioner Yee,
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Was there anything else, Commissioner Fernandez?
No, not that I can recall, but I did also want to thank John for all the work that he's done on our budget. We've spent many hours putting the information together, so I really appreciate his knowledge and his efforts to move us forward and make sure that our budget is approved. So thank you very much.
And we will have a budget update for you all very soon. So thank you. Gantt chart committee. Commissioner Kennedy. Okay. We'll circle back. Outreach and engagement, Commissioner Sinai.
I don't think we have anything just because we don't have the plan yet. But we, just a reminder to everyone to really reach out to your personal networks, your professional networks, all networks, sharing, that email that the great email that Freddie just put together for all the last, it is the last COI input. They may get it from the commission, but it takes 8 times till people act, and they'll act if they hear it from someone they know personally better than if they get it just from even though Freddie's a wonderful person, they're going to react better if they get it from someone they know. I also encourage you, if you know people who are working with students and such, to let them know, to share it with students and why it's important, because it's 10 years. And when you forward it, just include the link to the tool and say, if you don't want to speak out loud, go ahead and just use our tool. I'm going to say it again, it's easy and it's fun, and all Californians are welcome to participate.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Materials Development Subcommittee. So Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Kennedy is not.
Yes. Right, he's not available right now.
Not with us.
Yeah. We've been pretty quiet, which has been kind of a nice little relief. But we did provide feedback to Director Kaplan on the redistricting basics presentation that staff will begin to give as requests come in. And then also we worked with Communications Director Ceja on updating the timeline, since our timelines are a little bit off. So that'll be updated as well onto the website. But other than that, I think we're good, other than the paper COI that I always ask about. So if we can have an update from Director Hernandez.
I knew that was coming.
I know.
So we've run into a little hiccup with the U.S. Postal Service. They need us to go back and change some things on the drafts that we submitted to them for their approval. So upon completing that, we will move it forward.
Thank you. You know, the one thing I just thought about is, I think we can still post it on our website though, right? I mean, if somebody just wants to download it and send it in themselves, can we post it since it's been approved? I mean, the only piece that's missing right now is the return address, but if they want to download it, either use it as something, as a guide for when they call in, or for them to use and then email it to us or mail it. I'm just trying to think of a way to at least get it out there for now.
We can definitely post the sheet, I don't know what you want to call it, the worksheet that has the questions on this, so they can fill it out. But as far as returning it, they would have to either scan it, send it in, or mail it back to us.
Yeah, I think that's all we had, and that's fine, because once it's approved, then we can put the updated version up there. But for now, it'd be nice to have something out there. Thank you. I think that's all. Commissioner Kennedy, did you have anything? And welcome back.
Thank you. My apologies. I've got a vehicle in the shop that I had to deal with the shop on. No, I think that's all for me.
So Commissioner or Director Ceja, you had an answer to Commissioner Kennedy's earlier question about his earlier question about what happened to the information about gerrymandering and other things. I just ask you to share it.
So we did update the FAQs in the actual FAQ tab on the website, but we haven't updated the FAQ document under the outreach material. So we'll do that today and re-upload the FAQ document that includes all the FAQs.
Okay. You good to go? Okay, Ray's good. Commissioner Kennedy is good. Any other questions or comments? Okay, I'm going to circle back then, Commissioner Kennedy, to the Gantt chart committee.
No update for today.
Okay. Sounds like you may have an opportunity in the near future. So, okay, since we got you here, Commissioner Kennedy, how about a website update?
No update at this point. Commissioner Taylor and I will start another review now that some of these recommendations have been implemented, just to make sure we're still on track.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Data management, Commissioner Turner, Commissioner Ahmed.
No
one.
new, yeah, thank you, Chair. No new updates from our end.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Commissioner, Community of Interest Tool, Commissioners Akutagawa and Kennedy.
No update other than the statistics that staff is reporting.
Okay. Commissioner Sinai.
Did we get the updates from staff? Because it usually comes from Marcy, and I looked at the report and they weren't there.
I thought I had seen them, but maybe I was looking at the one before.
Okay, I didn't notice them or not notice them in the report. They weren't in the report from Commissioner Sinai, they weren't in the outreach report?
I could be wrong, but I didn't think I saw them.
Okay. Well,
yeah, they're not in the report. I'm just looking at it right now. They're not in the report.
Okay. Well, I'll just ask Director Hernandez to ask Marcy if she could update that, please.
Just to be clear, Chair, we're talking about the COIs from the statewide database, the number of
COI statistics.
Okay, will do.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Russ, Commissioner Yee.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to share that last week I visited one of the access centers that statewide database has put together. So the one in downtown Oakland, and it's lovely. It's a big office space, very accessible, ground floor, the state building. Staff member there who seemed to spend most of his time fielding help calls for the COI tool that people call in. But I mean, it's an overwhelming amount of space for like 5 computer stations where you could play with the COI tool and submit entries. So it's great that they're there. I can't imagine, that it gets much foot traffic, or how they intend to drive more foot traffic to it. But it is there and it is up and running.
Well, they have a tool where you can draw a district map and submit it, right?
That's to come after the census data gets integrated.
Oh, okay. So that's not up yet. I'd really be curious to see what that tool looks like.
Yeah, definitely.
Is the tool going to be available online or just in the centers? Does anyone know the answer to that question? I'm not putting you on the spot. Commissioner Anderson?
It will be available online, and it will have like a full sort of GSI pack to it, 2 different versions of it that will be available online. We're actually trying to have, I don't have the date just off the top of my head, but we're going to actually have a, similar to how we had a COI training tool, the tool training a little bit, we're going to do the same from statewide database. I believe it's the 23rd. We're putting that on the agenda.
Oh, that'd be great. That'd be helpful for not just for us, but for all Californians.
Right.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner Yee.
Just one little note. So in submitting a COI, one thing I noticed, we have all the languages, which are fantastic. But at the very end, there's a CAPTCHA, right? Click on all the boxes that have a motorcycle or whatever. And that CAPTCHA is in English, So at the very end, whatever you've done, if you don't know what a motorcycle is, or how to read that in English, it's a problem. So I chatted about that with the staffer. He said he'd bring it up at the next his staff meeting, but not sure what they can do about it.
Well, that's a really good catch and a really good point. Maybe the COI team can inquire with the statewide database if there's anything that can be done about that. Commissioner Kennedy? Did you? Okay. I didn't know if you were listening to me or not. Thank you.
I was taking note.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We are at the Incarcerated Populations Subcommittee, Commissioners Kennedy and Turner.
We have had no response to our letter to the Bureau of Prisons Legislative Affairs Office. We had asked for a response by September 1st. So at this point, I think our only task is to continue advocating for availability of the information for the 2030 Commission.
Okay, very good. Yeah, thank you. Any questions on that? Okay. Lessons learned. Commissioners Ahmed and Kennedy.
Keep them coming. We're getting a nice stream of notes that we're compiling, and all of this will be organized and presented as part of our lessons learned exercise next year.
Very good. Thank you. Looking forward to that. That's going to be going to be a lot of work. I mean, you've already put a lot of work into it, but it's going to be really interesting how we capture it and get it for ready for the next commission. So we're on cybersecurity at this point. I don't really have any updates other than I just really want to emphasize each of us is the weakest link in cybersecurity, and just to be very cautious about not clicking on links on emails that you weren't expecting, not sure who they came from. Be really careful. And even if it's an email from someone that you know, if you weren't expecting it, think about whether you're going to click it or not, and maybe give them a call and make sure they sent it. Because oftentimes email accounts get compromised and spam is sent out. So just some ongoing advice from the Cybersecurity Committee. So thank you. Commissioner Kennedy.
Chair, am I remembering correctly that at one meeting we decided to remove the cyber from the subcommittee's name and call it the Security Committee?
We did.
Okay, so if we are now looking at the possibility of public meetings, we just need to make sure that the Security Subcommittee is on top of that and looks at recommendations from the 2010 Commission, et cetera. Plus, I mean, we're in a very different environment in any number of ways from the environment that the 2010 Commission operated in. But if they had security concerns, we probably have any number of times more security concerns than that. So thank you.
Yeah, excellent point. We did take a look at the last the security policy from the last commission. We began to take a look at that, when we thought we were going to be going live in September. And yeah, we do need to come back and revisit that now that it looks like we are going to actually try to be going live in October. So we'll definitely do that. And thank you for bringing that back. I appreciate that. Any other questions and comments or thoughts? Okay. Legal Affairs Subcommittee.
I don't believe we have anything to report. We don't meet anymore, so we have limited updates.
Okay. So that completes agenda item 4. So unless there are any other questions and comments, we'll go to public comment on agenda item 4.
Sure thing, Chair. The Commission will now take public comment on agenda item number 4. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID number 881-3402-5430. Once you've dialed in, please press *9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions are read at the beginning of the meeting and are provided on the live stream landing page. And there are no callers at this time, Chair.
Okay. While we're waiting to see if any callers join in, I wanted to ask Commissioners Sadwani and Yee. I noticed I didn't put number 6 on my schedule here. Did you all have an update? Did you need some time for an update?
I don't believe we do. We continue to push our legal team to solidify a date for additional training for us, as well as some sense of when some of their analysis might be available to us. We continue to anticipate most likely September 23rd, 28th, and 29th. Anything else, Commissioner Yee, that I might have?
That's all.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out what the schedule is looking like for the rest of the day. I do have a little bit, I had allotted a little bit of time in the next session to continue agenda item 4, but it seems like, well, we're done with agenda item 4. So I didn't know, Commissioners Sadwani and Anderson, we have this number 5 update on weekly line drawer discussion. Do you think we want to pull that forward to 1:45 to 2, or do you want to leave it, Commissioner Sinai?
I just wanted to remind you that there is a new subcommittee. Since the last time we met, you had appointed Commissioner Yee and Commissioner Turner to herd the cats around what's coming, the different conversations we need to have.
Right. So if you can, yes, I'm sorry, Commissioner Yee and Turner, I forgot what you called your subcommittee. And
we're going with Mapping Playbook Subcommittee.
Okay.
And we have a first meeting tomorrow with Chief Counsel Payne.
Okay.
And Commissioner Sinai has provided us a great deal of useful research she did on her own, pulling together a lot of the 2010 considerations and things to think about.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for reminding me, Commissioner Sinai. I appreciate that. Anyway, back to Commissioners Sadwani and Anderson. I mean, do you want to pull anything forward into that 15 minutes, or are we going to take a 30-minute break?
I don't think we have too much to share. Commissioner Anderson, am I wrong there? I know that we do in general need to have a conversation about the district maps. I don't think we were prepared to do that today. Okay. Commissioner Anderson, do you have other items to report back on or share?
Just that that redistricting tool on the 23rd for just the public general information. But other than that, no. We're going to have these presentations, so I think we don't really have a great deal to add right now.
Okay, so then I think what I'll propose we do. Oh, Commissioner Kennedy.
Sorry, just I wanted to raise one thing that I've had on my mind and get a sense of the commission. Looking at the schedule and understanding that we're supposed to, quote unquote, receive the redistricting database on the 20th, I see kind of a gap in our schedule and nothing. There's no formal meeting. I mean, how is this going to land? Is it just going to land in our inbox? Or I'm thinking that it might be useful for us to, actually have a meeting and formally receive it. But that may just be me. So I just wanted to get a sense of what others think. Thank you.
Okay, I think that is a great question. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to let that hang out there because we're up against a break. And I'm going to, then we'll and I think that's something Commissioner Anderson and Sadwani, you all can talk about during the line drawer allotted time of in the meeting. We can talk about it, or, okay. You know what we're going to do? We're going to come back from our break at 1:45. We're going to talk about Commissioner Kennedy's question. And then at 2 o'clock, we have the state demographer and Karen McDonald from the statewide database joining us. So we will see you all back at 1:45. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission business meeting on September 7th. And thank you for joining us. When we left off before the break, Commissioner Kennedy had just asked a question. And I'd like to actually, Commissioner Kennedy, if I could just ask you to sort of restate in your question for us so we can kind of think about that.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. We are expecting to receive the state's official redistricting database on September 20th. But when I look at our meeting calendar, there's nothing on the 20th, nothing on the 21st, nothing on the 22nd. There's an if needed meeting on the 23rd. I'm just wondering if to reassure everyone that we are on top of this, that we should have some sort of meeting on the 20th, or if not the 20th and the 21st, to officially receive the official state redistricting database. So that was the question that I wanted to get a sense of the commission. Thank you.
So you have some thoughts on what that would look like? I mean, what is officially receiving it? Have any ideas?
I guess I could ask Ms. McDonald what it's going to look like as far as from their end. What is it that they are going to be conveying?
She going to walk in and hand us a thumb drive? Here you go, official database. Welcome, Karen. Thanks for joining us.
Hello, everybody. Karen McDonald from the Stay by Database here today. And thank you so much for that question, Commissioner Kennedy. We will not be handing you a thumb drive. Rather, we will be delivering the database by making a site live on the Stay by Database website so that everybody can download what they need. Just reminding you that there are many clients for the Stay by Database. It's also the cities and counties, and probably the counties are waiting the most anxiously because they have a very quick turnaround having to be done by December 15. So that is basically what will happen. You will get a letter from us that says we have now, probably in a nicer and more elaborate way that we have now released the Stay by Database and let you know where the website is, which of course you know where it is. It is staybydatabase.org/redistricting 2021. And, that will basically be coming from my office. And we will send the same letter to the legislature also.
So perhaps it could be more of a press briefing than a meeting, but I think something to mark the occasion, to highlight to the public that we're on top of this and we're moving forward and not sitting and waiting 3 or 4 days doing nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Marion?
If I could just add to Karen's report, 10 years ago, the legislative leaders also sent a letter to the commission formally transmitting, saying that the database was available, and I assume that process will be followed again this time. So you will have something official. Okay.
Well, I do like the idea that we do a press release on the 20th that acknowledges that that the data has been released and we know where to find it. Any other thoughts, comment? Did you have something? You're pointing at someone. Commissioner Sinai, was that you?
Commissioner Fernandez has her hand up.
And then Commissioner Fernandez, I'm so sorry.
I was going to say, Alicia's ready and I'll go after her.
Okay.
I try to do my hands up on my blank screen, but I guess maybe you guys can't see that. I guess a couple of options of maybe moving one of the meeting dates to that date, although I think we're beyond the 2 week. That's the only problem at this point, huh? Yeah, we're beyond that. So, but I would be in favor of a press release. Are you laughing at me, Chair? That's okay. It happens all the time.
No, I'm laughing at Ray because Ray's going to say 10 days.
Oh, true. So potentially we could move like the 9/18 meeting, which is a Saturday. We could move it to that Monday. No, but it would be a full meeting. I don't know. Or maybe we'll also have a full commission action only if needed on the 23rd. Wait, maybe we move that one up. So anyway, but my preference would be a press release.
Yeah, I'm reluctant to try to move the 15th, 17th, or 18th meetings. Those are all scheduled out in detail, and what the plan is, and the line drawing team along the entire line drawing team is putting together a schedule of what those days are going to look like, and that will be shared with you once it's finalized. And Commissioner Anderson, did you have a? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Sinai, then Commissioner Anderson.
Commissioner
My apologies.
So I do like, I was one of, I didn't like learning about the database, our COI database through Twitter by someone that wasn't a commissioner. And so I think it is important when the database is ready that the commissioners get notified and then the press. I think that there's sometimes we skip this step that the commissioners should be notified first. We're so quick to get it out to the public. The other thing is if we could have some type of meeting where we talk about the data in, kind of like a press briefing, but not just for the press, but for the public, because I'm going to say it again, the data is not the same as before. The ethnicity and racial data is very different than it was before. And if you compare Latinos in 2010 to Latinos in 2020, you're comparing apples and oranges. And that piece needs to be understood not just by the commissioners, but by the larger community. It's the same with, Black, it is the way it was asked, the questions had much more detail, and we need to understand that. And I think that would be an opportunity to share the database as well as explain that. The statewide database, I think, could do one piece of it, and then we could also invite others to do the other pieces of it. And then I would say the third piece would be understanding the redistricting tool that's being created, the one about districts. So it could be a 3-piece day where the public and commissioners are all learning at the same time. We get the database, how to use it, because some don't know how to use it. I know those who are in the know. But second, we do need to talk about this race and ethnicity question, and I really would like it to come from Latinos, Asian Americans, and Blacks to tell us that story, because it's a different story than it was in 2010. I know that others are more than that they know. I know Karen knows and others how to talk about it, but I'm going to say it publicly. We have a very, very, very white line drawing team and legal team. And we need to create spaces where we can hear from experts about some of this stuff. And so that's why I'm being very insistent that we hear from others about the race and ethnicity question on the census and how we use that data. And finally, the new tool.
Commissioner Anderson?
I was going to say something not quite as controversial. I was just going to say, in terms of the original, the 23rd was the day that the database was going to be released, which is why we originally had that meeting scheduled on the 23rd, to have some sort of, hey, this is a rough idea. This is, what we have. Hey, these counties have more than a certain number, just kind of an overall, what did we get? What does it look like? The 20th, if we could, and that the 23rd, that is not an as needed meeting. That's a meeting that's going to happen on the 23rd. If it says as needed, please say, oops, sorry, no, that's a real meeting. Do we want to do that right now and say, yes, the 23rd is when we will try to have a little bit of the redistricting tool training. We want to have just a short little presentation of, if we can get the statewide database there, it's available to do that, to give us a quick little, this is what we got. Here it is, just an overview, try and do all that stuff on that day. I don't think we can move it to the 20th. Well, actually, I have something booked on the 20th. Other people might have already booked something on the 20th. But if we want to move to the 21st, but I do like what Commissioner Kennedy said, like a little something. I don't know if just a press release is an absolute, but a little bit more of just for us to kind of have just a rough look at the data.
Commissioner Sadwani, and then
Sure.
Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, and I'll just re-up kind of what Commissioner Anderson has provided, that we've definitely talked a little bit about the 23rd and the potential of doing a training on the redistricting tool with Karen or someone else from her team from the statewide database who is developing that tool. And again, that won't come out until after the database is live. So I think, and Karen could probably respond to this a little bit better, but it sounds like by the 23rd, it would be available. So I think I completely agree with the notion of a press release going out on the day of, that we've received the database, that it is available, and then focusing our time. We're already scheduled for the 23rd, so focusing some of our time there on the 23rd to really unpack that to some extent. I think if there's a desire to bring in other scholars or demographers or whomever else, I think that's fine. I'll just say, I think our decision to bring on, I just kind of want to speak up in response to Commissioner Sinai's concerns. We have all collectively reviewed all of our applicants. We have collectively made decisions about hiring the very best consultants that we can find. And these are our consultants, and obviously here before us, I know Karen is here in her statewide database capacity, but I want to uplift that there are many forms of diversity out there, and I think we haven't seen the entirety of the Q2 team. I think we have seen the entirety of the legal team, and there certainly are Latinos who are a part of that team. Jewish Americans who are part of them. So I'd certainly just want to, I don't know, perhaps just give some credence to the amazing consultants that we have brought on. And certainly there is opportunity to always bring in additional experts to the field. But, I certainly stand in support of all of the folks that we've brought on thus far.
Commissioner Turner, then Commissioner Kennedy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. In retrospect, I don't have a lot of new to add. I think I am grateful for the dialogue that we're currently having. I also wanted to support the press conference, and yes, if not move the meeting up, I do think it important that we walk through it the 21st or the 22nd. And if we don't, to Mr. Commissioner Kennedy's point earlier, if we don't feel like it's too much time lost, then perhaps the 23rd, but I would want it scheduled in perhaps no later than the 23rd. And I was hoping for sooner rather than later.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to all the colleagues for sharing their thoughts. Just taking off on one of Commissioner Anderson's points. I mean, if the meeting on the 23rd was originally scheduled for the 23rd in anticipation that would be the date that we would be receiving the data or gain access to the data, and we now are going to gain access to it on the 20th, depending on what time of day it ends up being. I really believe that we need to move that meeting currently scheduled for the 23rd to either the 20th or the 21st, again, depending on when we do get access, when we do get the official notifications. But if that meeting was indeed scheduled for the 23rd on the expectation that would be when we were going to be getting access to the data, I don't see a reason to keep it on the 23rd. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Commissioner Sinai, and then we have to switch gears to our discussion on the quality of the census data. So Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. I do understand that we've hired the best that we can, but I also do understand that, we also need to be aware that we need to give space for others to have their perspectives. And also, if there's any way in this field to help this field create a pipeline of leaders and others, and hopefully by, some of the staff on the Redistricting Commission and some of the commissioners and such will end up into the field. And so I do understand that the redistricting field right now tends to be advocates are different than the action. And I completely respect, and I voted for every single person that we have. But I do think that we need to constantly be aware of how we bring in other voices. So I was not trying to be controversial, but I was trying to state just the fact that we need to be aware of there are a lot of other voices out there that might not be academics, they might not be legal, we may not have hired them, but do have expertise that we can benefit from. We have a team, but there's others we can still learn from and benefit from. And it's not just the advocate, but there's a lot of other people. And so I would hope that we would continually make space for other voices and learning from other communities.
Well, thank you, Director Seha, and then go ahead, Director Seha.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. If we are thinking of moving the commission meeting on the 23rd to the 20th to coincide with the release of census data, we could possibly move up the presentation to the first part of the agenda and invite media to cover the presentation and then ask questions just like any other member of the public. So it would take form of a press conference, but it would be integrated into our meeting. So if you all are interested in doing that, let me know and I'll set it up with the media folks that have covered our work.
Okay, thank you. I think at this point, I think, the chair and vice chair and Director Hernandez have heard, the thoughts of the commission, and we will take a look at what we can do as far as rescheduling that meeting. So thank you. And what we can do about, part of it might be, I don't know, that people are already scheduled for the 23rd to come talk with us and they're not available. So we'll have to take some time offline to figure that out. Okay. But thanks for the good conversation and the robust and in deep conversation. Okay, with that, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Sadwani for the Government Affairs Committee discussion of the quality of the census data.
Yes, thank you. I forgot that we did this under Government Affairs. I was looking to Commissioner Anderson to lead. Yeah. So thank you so much, Chair, and welcome to our guests. We have with us today, of course, Karen McDonald from the statewide database, as well as Dr. Schwarm, who is our state demographer. This is for the state of California. Welcome, and we look forward to hearing more about your work and what you do. I don't think you've come to join us here previously, so really looking forward to the opportunity to hear and learn more from you. Karen is going to kick us off by talking a little bit about their process to build the redistricting database, how it's going, any status updates, and answer any questions that commissioners might have. And then we'll pass it over to you, Dr. Schwarm, to tell us more about the quality of the data as you're seeing it, as well as hopefully to share a little bit more about what you do and your role as the state demographer. So with that, Karen, I will hand it over to you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Sadwani, and thank you again for inviting me to give you a quick update. I think Dr. Schwarm's presentation is going to be a lot more exciting than mine. I'm going to just give you a quick update of where we're at with the statewide database. Just to remind you that at statewide database, we're not just releasing data, we're also releasing tools. So I will first start about the data. You know that we have reformatted the legacy data that were released by the census, and those data are available on our website. And if you haven't looked at the site, please take a look. Again, it's statewide-database.org/redistricting 2021. That's going to be our portal. If you've been on the statewide database site, you know that we have an incredible amount of data there. So we're trying to just make sure that it's very easy for people to find the data that we are releasing specifically for the redistricting process. And that is going to be our portal. So again, statewide-database.org/redistricting 2021. And to remind you, the data that we will be releasing as part of the official redistricting database for the state of California, we start with the census data, which we are adjusting. You know a lot, of course, about the inmate reallocation process, having discussed it at length, and you've had many presentations on it also. So we will be adjusting those data, and that is essentially the data set that we start building from. Our algorithms are tuned to the 2020 adjusted census data. We will be releasing citizen voting age population on the 2020 geography. That is the data set that people will be using for voting rights assessments throughout the state of California on all levels. All different jurisdictions will be using this. Currently, the citizen voting age population data that are available on the statewide database page are on the 2010 geography. And we had to wait for the legacy data to be released to be able to start working on that algorithm again to move those data onto the 2020 geography. And just to remind you, in case it ever comes up at trivia night, California lost quite a few census blocks, which of course doesn't mean that we exported them someplace else. It's just the census every 10 years looks at its geography, and they then tune their geography. Census blocks is what you use to build districts. And we used to have 720,000 census blocks roughly in the state of California for 2010. And for 2020, we will have 530,000 census blocks. So it's a little bit less clicking, though I really hope nobody who listens has to actually click that often. I hope they will all be using tools where they can use lassos and things like that to actually grab more than one census block at a time when they're building districts. We will also be releasing electoral data over the last, from the last 20 years. And that is specifically made available for voting rights assessments, of course, and that includes voter registration data as well as statement of the vote. And you can see all of these data already on the statewide database website, but again, they're not on the 2020 geography. So we will be bringing all of that over to the 2020 geography. It's a lot of work, which is why it takes us 30 days to do it. But I'm happy to report that we're making really good progress. And we have told you that we would be releasing on September 20th, and September 20th it is. That is when the database will be out with all of those data sets. We are hoping to be able to get the citizen voting age population data out a little bit earlier. And that, of course, would be incredibly helpful to some of the local jurisdictions that are trying to do some assessments of whether or not, of how to comply with Section 2, basically, of the Voting Rights Act. So, so that was the data end. But, we were busy in other dimensions also. And those are specifically the software ends. You already, of course, know the Drama ICA community tool, our COI tool, which has been very successful, and people seem to really like it, which made me happier than anything else, I have to tell you. I'm just so happy about it anyway. So, but aside from that, we are also releasing software for people that want to do more than just draw their community, because as you know, the COI tool is to collect data from our fellow Californians, right? There are no data really in the COI tool, but we will be releasing tools that will have data in them. So specifically, they will have, the new census data, the adjusted census data in them. And we have always talked about 3 levels of access for this. There is the online tool that will be released. So this is an online redistricting tool, and that will most likely be used by people that don't necessarily want to draw the entire state of California. Because if you can imagine mapping the entire state of California, over the internet and keeping on, moving data back and forth, that can take a minute. So in order to also serve people that perhaps want to draw more than, say, a couple of districts or just one region, perhaps, we are also releasing a Qgis plugin. So Qgis is an open source, free of charge, full redistricting package that you can download onto your computer. You can play with it. There is many plugins available for it. We have designed and are testing right now, are in final testing of a Qgis plugin for California's redistricting process. So that will also be released as soon as the data are out, and we've had an opportunity to integrate the data into the plugin. And then finally, the 3rd level of access is for people that perhaps don't have a computer that they can use, or people that need some technical assistance. And that's what our redistricting access centers are there for. They are open already. They opened on the day the legacy data were released. And you can get to the locations and the page that basically explains how to get there, where to park, when they are open, and so forth, from, again, our State by Database page, statebydatabase.org/redistricting 2021. I'm just going to keep saying that, and I'm hoping that people will know where to go. We're trying to make it really easy for people to find things. So at the sites, you can use the online tool if you wish. You can use the COI tool if you wish, or you can use the QGIS tool. There is a technical person who is helping who can help. That's the redistricting access center manager. And also for people that want to download the QGIS plugin, if they are experiencing any issues with it or they have questions, we have a very robust online support system that can be accessed. So we're working on instructions on how to download QGIS and the plugin and how to get started and so forth. But we also understand that sometimes one needs help, and I am certainly somebody who reaches out to online help a lot. And, for other reasons, not on redistricting tools perhaps, but any other, online things that I'm trying to do. So I think this is going to be very helpful for people also. So we are, again, getting the data out on the 20th. We will then upload the data into the tools, and those will be available. The tools are being translated right now. We have our fingers crossed that the translations are going to be out at the same time as we're uploading the data. And that's not going to, create a delay. If it creates a delay, I can't imagine that it will be more than a couple of days. The data set is going to be a little bit different this time than 10 years ago, and this is due to really user feedback. We've been working with a lot of the groups that are participating, and a lot of individuals that are using the State by Database, and we're basically reformatting the data set so it's easier just to download the entire data set rather than just bits and pieces. So for example, the statement of vote data is going to be in one file rather than in separate files by election. So that should save people time. Some of the counties have asked us to please release headers early, and we're working on that. That's for people that are just setting up their systems right now, and that also, of course, need to hit the ground running. So we're going to send out header information probably later this week, so that everybody can get ready for what the data look like. And that makes it easier then to integrate them seamlessly so that they can start mapping immediately as soon as they've downloaded data. And then finally, there will be a lot of documentation. Some of the documentation will probably cure insomnia for some of us. And, you know, some of it, we're putting some maps in, so they may be a little bit more exciting to look at. But there will be a lot of documentation also. And that, of course, is essential because people want to know what they're looking at. And so we're also going to put that out. And the goal is to have everything out the week of the 20th. And we're pushing our translators pretty hard right now to make sure that that all happens also. So that is my brief overview. And of course, I am here for to answer any questions you may have at this point.
Great, thank you so much. It sounds like you've been a little busy. Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Fernandez.
Alicia.
Yeah.
I'm just laughing because executive director told me that I should start dancing, which nobody needs to see that. I just wanted to make sure I understood you correctly, Karin. So will the documentation be translated in the 12 or 14 languages also? Or
that is
or no, just English?
No, I mean, at this point, just English, but that's a good question. You know, we hadn't thought about translating that into Spanish. So let me talk to the team about that. We hadn't had any requests ever for that. And that would certainly delay things a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
But we can discuss.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure it was clear that you were talking about it's in English, right? Thank you.
Yes.
I think I saw Commissioner Yee and then Commissioner Fornashari.
Thank you so much, Karin. So exciting for all these things to be coming together. So for the redistricting tool and the Qgis plugin, I mean, up to now we've had the COI tool, and we've got this whole system set up where the COI tool generates public input to our process. So for these newer tools coming online, is that integration going to happen? Do we need to figure out how to do that? What's the idea there?
Yeah, so from our perspective, we're designing these tools to be already familiar to those in terms of look and feel and kind of usability. You know, we had a really talented UX designer working on all of it. So there is definitely a thread that you will see going from one tool to the next tools. They just have more functionality. Essentially, you know, COI tool, basically data collection, then the online tool using data from the official redistricting database to start building districts, and then the QGIS actually building, you know, extensive, you know, plans with all bells and whistles potentially, you know, as people wish. So there's a threat there. We are, you know, working again on making little videos available and so forth. So, you know, we're trying to just make it as seamless as possible from our end. And then we will be quote unquote marketing them, you know, really via the Statewide Database page. I'm the first to tell you that we are not good at marketing. We're just not. I mean, we try, you know, we have an Instagram page, I was told, and I'm also not big on marketing, but we just really try to make sure that people can just go to the Statewide Database page and just get everything there. So it's your one-stop shop. And of course, we really welcome any collaboration, you know, with you to make sure that people know that these tools are out. I think we've done a lot of trainings and we've just talked to so many people over the last couple of years. I would be surprised if there are big surprises out there in the state of California at this point with redistricting, you know, because I think people do have a tendency to talk to each other. And even on the local level, we've made sure that the locals, you know that these tools will be available because we want to make sure that they understand that they need to have handouts, for example, that say, and this is how you know, tell your people to just submit, you know, a plan to, you know, your jurisdiction. So it doesn't all end up with you, because all of the tools are designed to funnel information to you, to the commission. So they're designed for you. and for the state process, but they can also be tweaked to be used on the local level. So we're working on that also.
So if somebody wanted to draw a district using the online redistricting tool and wanted that to constitute public input to us on the commission, how would they go about that?
Sorry, would you please repeat that question?
So if somebody used the online redistricting tool to draw a district, not a community of interest, but a district,
yes,
and wanted that to constitute public input to us, how do they close that loop?
Well, they basically just push a button that says submit to commission. So
as
soon as they're done,
yeah.
So that was one of the most important things I think that we wanted to accomplish, was to make sure that things don't get lost on the way. There's a lot of redistricting technology out there, but how do we know what happens with these plans? So this is a seamless transport from creating a district map and now I'm done and now I push this button and here it goes to the commission, so that there is a record there, and it definitely makes it to you. So that was really important to us.
That's fantastic. I missed that it's the same functionality as the COI tool.
Yeah,
very good.
Thank you for that question.
I think Commissioner Fornashari and then Anderson.
Yeah, thanks, Karin. This is really interesting and exciting. Kind of had a little reaction when you said, we went from over 700,000 census blocks to 500,000 census blocks. So it seems like it's significantly fewer, 25% fewer-ish in round numbers. And so I'm just kind of wondering, maybe I'm asking the wrong version of Karin this question, but is that going to impact us when we're trying to get to, plus or minus very few people for congressional districts?
Yeah, thank you for that question. It is the right version of Karin you're asking.
Okay.
So we did the block boundary suggestion project, and basically the census came out and said they wanted to clean up the block lines. And I think Dr. Schwarm can also talk about this a little bit. We if he wants to. I don't want to roll more things onto his already full agenda there. So basically, census every 10 years gives an opportunity for the states to participate in what they call block boundary suggestion. And that means that the states can take a look at the census geography, at the block level geography, and then they can make suggestions about what they like and what they don't like. So I can almost guarantee that we will run into some jurisdictions where we're going, these block lines don't make sense. I can almost guarantee you that. That happened the last time, it happened the time before. And it can happen to you when you have a lot of blocks, and it can happen to you when you don't have a lot of blocks, because essentially these are reporting units that the census uses to push data out. It's the smallest unit of analysis that they have. And some of the things that they cleaned up, or that we cleaned up, we suggested they clean up, was, for example, medians in San Francisco. Anybody here who's ever been on Van Ness, Van Ness, pretty wide street, and then there's that median. All of those little median thingies, they were all individual census blocks. So those are no more, So there were some pretty obvious ones that we suggested, but then California also. What we've been doing, we've been doing this for the last couple of decades. We don't just sit there with one person and look at these blocks and kind of figure out what makes sense to that one person. We implemented through Stay by Database a statewide project that worked with the regional government associations, with the individual counties, with some of the cities. And I have been telling them for, really since the last redistricting, when they basically came to us and said, our block boundaries don't make sense. I had asked them to please just keep an eye on block boundary suggestions, stay in touch with us, and then participate, because you get this opportunity to clean up your block boundaries once a decade. And so that's essentially how this came together. Lots of people participated. We sent everything over to Census, but then ultimately it is called the suggestion project. So we can suggest, but they make the ultimate decision about what they want to hold, what they don't want to hold, where they want to make changes. And there's very strict criteria of what we were even able to suggest. So I think overall, I'm guessing that there were some cleanups done. I, just like you, also had a little bit of a reaction going, oh, wow, that was more than just the medians in San Francisco on Van Ness that they got rid of, but it's really difficult to evaluate census geography unless you're actually working with it. So, I think that we will all figure out what's going on. And Dr. Schwarm and our offices, we have talked about collecting data on the census in general, and maybe talking about this a little bit. So anything that doesn't work for us, we will most certainly get to the Census Bureau and try to get it fixed for next time at the very least. It could potentially make it more difficult. You are absolutely right to get to 1 or 2 people. But I will also tell you that that is difficult no matter how many census blocks you have. So thank you.
Great. I know Commissioner Anderson had a hand raised. I also just want to be cautious of time. It's already almost 2:30. So I definitely want to make sure we have enough time for Dr. Schwarm. Commissioner Anderson, did you want to ask your question?
No, it was really just a clarification on Commissioner Yee, that not only is from the redistricting tool, will it go directly to the statewide database, but then there is a link already set up for adding that to the Airtable database. So this has already been thought through. So those will come in as COI inputs come in. So just a clarification for everybody. And no, that's I look forward to Dr. Schwarm.
Perfect. Wonderful. So with that, let's transition over to Dr. Schwarm, and I will let you take it away.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for inviting me this afternoon. I'll since we're on the blocks, I'll start with that. As Corinne pointed out, I haven't looked at all of them either, but I do know that there's block boundary suggestion program, and then we at the state level, because we take some of we use those counties that are not participating themselves, and we do it for them. There's also the participant statistical area program, where you suggest other things, block groups, places, other geography things as well. And I know for the rural counties, because we largely did rural counties because they don't usually have the resources to do this, we cleaned up once again slivers. You've got a river, and then you've got a little bit of bank, and then you have a road, and the little bit of bank between the river and the road ends up being a block. Well, okay, we get rid of those. I also know that the Census Bureau got rid of, I forget what the exact number is, almost 100,000 water blocks. Any of you that had the ocean or a lake or something in your in any area previously, sometimes like Lake Tahoe was split into about 500 different water blocks. They have no people, they're water. There was a feature there that made them at one point in time put a block in there. Remember, blocks are outside of the block boundary suggestion program. Blocks are largely done by a computer algorithm. So, it tries to balance things out there, including the suggestions and some other census criteria. So it's not like people are actually doing them. Therefore, it can be they can be weird. But I don't think that, personally, I'm not worried about the reduction in blocks. I think it actually would be a positive thing. However, I don't deal with block level data. And so that's a nice segue into what I do. State Demographer, which really means I'm chief of the Demographic Research Unit at the Department of Finance. We are essentially responsible for all demographic data in the state of California outside of blocks. Yeah, blocks is Corinne, blocks is what all of you were interested in. Higher levels geography, places, pumas, counties. We have the State Census Data Center in the shop, and they do largely most of the pre-census work on geographies and on ensuring the fact that places, i.e. municipalities and various other things, their boundaries are correct, and such that when the census get tabulated, their boundaries work out. From census periods, Luca was run out of our office. That was the local area census update program in an attempt to find housing units and to confirm the fact that the census had a good master address frame. And that's one side of the house. The other side of the house does estimates and projections. So if you are, if you're a municipality in the state and you get money that's based on population from the state, that those monies are based on estimates from my office. Likewise, if you're doing planning, certainly statewide planning and health planning and health informatics planning, all of the denominators used in those plans are also ones produced by the DRU, either as estimates or as projections of future population. We're the official source for state government and most local governments when producing data and putting money to data in for the state of California. We're in finance because finance was perceived to be the most impartial of the government agencies. So yes, that's why we're here. So that's sort of what we do. In other words, we're obviously active the entire decade, and for the rest of the time, we were created in 1947, so been around for a while. We were at one time the Population Research Unit. Somewhere along the line, we changed ourselves to Demographer Research Unit, and code did not change, so people forgot about us for a little while. At least some people did, but in cleaning up code for the 2020 census, we cleaned up all of the Population Research Unit stuff, and now, of course, people have noticed that, hey, we're supposed to validate the census. What does that mean? And what is, so that's something that really comes to people's attention at this particular point in time. And validating is difficult in some ways. As if you look at Corinne's site, if you look at our own Demographic Research Unit page at the Department of Finance, you'll note that I say that yes, we did validate the 2020 census for the purposes of redistricting. If you're going to be doing estimates or something off of it, I don't know yet. Estimates are another issue. They don't involve block level work. They involve counties or cities or larger geographies where we might want to change things based on what we learn in the next couple of months. So, one of the big things that was coming forward here is to talk about the sort of, how good was the census? There's really no way to know quite yet, right? In other words, the census itself does a post-enumeration survey. This is where they go out and re-survey households and they try to determine what the error of the census was. That is just wrapping up now, and we don't expect to report on that until later next year. We, along with, so the state of California and Demographic Research Unit, we partnered with RAND to survey about 23,000 households in about 500 different census blocks in California, in another attempt to kind of not only look at our administrative data, but also to be able to have a block that was independently surveyed compared to what the census had. That report is not done yet either. That'll be December before we get any idea about whether we find radically different information in the blocks that we surveyed versus the census. So it's kind of our own post-enumeration survey or commensurate enumeration survey. So absolute answer, don't have one yet. However, population total, pretty close to our estimates. I mean, we maintain state and county estimates twice a year, all the way through the decade. We had a number that was 143,000 higher than census came in. So in that sense, assuming we're doing a good job and census does a good job, that's a vote of some confidence. There was some thoughts at one point in time that if the census came in 500,000 below our numbers, that this was going to be a cause for real concern, because that would indicate the loss of significant number of people being counted. So total population, pretty good. We also maintain race ethnic estimates across the decade by single year of age and gender as part of the projections process. Hispanics came in just about on target. So in terms of a massive Hispanic undercount or something like that, not so much, at least compared to because we're not using census data. We're using driver's license, we're using Medicare, Medi-Cal data, we're using other administrative data sets and also vital statistics. So the raw vital statistics from the California Department of Health to build the population across the decade. Hispanics came in okay, not terribly off. and not terribly off except for, not more than 1% except for in LA. So maybe a little bit of undercount in LA. On the other hand, LA is a very difficult county to keep track of. It's just because it's so large. Whites are, in terms of the other races, I will, as you get smaller and smaller, and here we're talking about the OMB thing. So, we don't go into these sub components or anything like that. It's just the standard OMB 7. Whites were down statewide. We're down by about 3% below what we thought we were going to be down. I think we expected about 4.5% of loss of white population between 2010 and 2020. It's closer to 7. That's something that's surprising, and indeed this mirrors national trends. Now, there's two things that can occur that this could occur by. One of them is multi-race and other race, i.e. whites deciding either by putting something down, this is the first time the ethnicity or their origins was asked. In previous censuses, you put down white and that was all you had to do. It was only if you had marked Asian or Pacific Islander or other that you were asked about your ethnic origins. That was extended to all the race groups this time. And we do note that the census did pay attention to those ethnic origins and recoded some people who put white to white and other or other or multi-race based on what's in that origin thing, because the likelihood that that origin doesn't go with being white. Say it like that. So that's a change. And that may account for the fact that we have a fewer whites than was expected. The other thing that does exist as well, last year was, and continue, last year was really bad for a census. A pandemic is the worst possible year to put a census in. We note that, and you can look at it yourself, we note that areas with wealthy white areas, let's say it like that, Malibu, parts of, so certain enclaves in greater LA County, parts of Atherton have higher vacancy rates than expected and slightly lower population. And those, and particularly, I think of the 10 cities that rank the highest in terms of loss of population or greatest change of population in the negative level between 2010 and 2020, some of them are obvious. There's some fireplaces, Paradise obviously almost being destroyed. That's number one. The other 2 or 3 or 4 of those are largely these wealthy white enclaves. And the thought, of course, is they may be in California someplace else. Individuals with Malibu houses might be in Tahoe at their summer house up there or at a vacation house and have taken the census there because they now consider that their, for all intents and purposes, usual residence. And usual residence technically has a 6-month, more than 6 months. If I got to you in October and you had been gone, you could have easily decided that that was your usual residence, or they could be in other states. Right? Plenty of individuals in those areas have second homes elsewhere. In other states, vacation homes in the Rocky Mountains, or vacation homes on islands, or in other places, and they may be there. So we don't know that yet exactly. This is far too early in the census, the analysis process to say, these people who were likely in Malibu really now, according to the census, are living over here. Can we do anything about that? No, unfortunately. Census is a point of time piece, right? On April 1st. And people decided on April 1st that their usual residence wasn't, their house in Malibu, but it was indeed their house in Tahoe, or was their house in Idaho someplace in Sun Valley, and then that's lost population. Nothing we can do about it. Got to live with it for a little while. From an estimates and perspective, yes, we'll eventually probably have some administrative record information that we can put them back where they were, or move them out permanently, i.e. they changed their driver's license to Montana or Idaho or something like that. Okay, they left California. So I talked about a little bit about multi-race and other. That's the big, that's the big one. Multi-race went up by 50%. We used to have close to 900,000 multi-race in California. We now have 1.9 million multi-race in California. It's difficult, and I do not envy you, because multi-race is a very difficult category. And like I say, it comes from not only individuals checking off multi-race themselves, but the census also recoded a few individuals when their ethnicity did not match the race that they put in at the top. Just like they do this with other switchings as well. Sometimes they change, well, in the past, they had changed genders to make sure that they matched various other things. They changed age to make sure it matches your date of birth, i.e. you put a date of birth in, but you say that you're 50 when you're really only supposed to be 45. They'll change one of them. I think they change your age and make it figuring your birth date. So similar to that, they did some recoding. We don't know how much yet. I think actually Thursday, the Census is presenting a webinar about how much of this proportion was done. So we should have some ideas pretty soon, at least nationally, how much a reassignment was done, which will be nice to know. Other category, also a huge increase from like 60,000 to over 300,000 people claiming other race. Who knows? That is ultimately, from my perspective, the most difficult thing, and probably difficult for you as well, because it's not an OMB7 race category. It needs to be put someplace. Unfortunately, it's other with something usually, and so generally we try and sweep people into the with category again on that one. So good luck. That's just something that comes with data usage on that point. So overall, pretty good, I think. I mean, like I say, there's these little twists that make it difficult to really analyze at this particular point, but not necessarily I know, you probably heard from Ditas, and we all, and agree completely with, California Complete Counts, getting out the thing. I think we did a good job in outreach. I think that a lot of the problems that potentially could have been there were probably ameliorated and fixed. It doesn't look like it was as bad as it could have easily been. So in that sense, it's not a 100%, saying that was money well spent in terms of the money that the state spent for that, but it was certainly, it looks to have been money, pretty well spent. The one piece that is, somebody mentioned GQ, Corinne had given me a list of some potential questions. Correctional GQ looks pretty good. We maintain lists of correctional GQ for our estimates purposes down to the city level, city jails level, which of course Corinne does not have to deal with. Most of those estimates that we had for April 1st match the census pretty well, i.e. within single digit issues. One or two little differences in certain places, but I think that many of those have to do with, once again, COVID. It's kind of a question. Are they there on April 1st? Were we taking prisoners and and transferring them to city jails already? We haven't balanced out yet. Are we, the amount we're missing in state correctional facilities, does it equal the amount that we see excess in city jails? That's probably within the next week or two, we'll probably have an idea about that. But it doesn't look too bad on the correctional front. Dorms, on the other hand, dorms were going to be, dorms are always an issue. In other words, as a group quarter, it's difficult for two reasons. Number one, as dorms have changed, dorms at one time were pretty obvious, right? You got people living in a sort of a gang room situation with a common bathroom and a common cafeteria, and that's what a dorm looks like. Unfortunately, or perhaps if you're a college-aged individual at this point, dorms don't look like that anymore, right? They can sometimes resemble far closer as apartments with their own kitchenettes, their own various other things. And while the census did change its GQ definition for the 2020 census to, incorporate those things as dorms, some of them get counted as dorms and some of them get counted as apartments. And so there's that aspect. Generally, as we go through, we try, because we know what are technically housing that is associated with universities, more so than the census does, because we don't rely on a definition, we rely on information from the universities themselves. We'll put them back in, we'll take them out of household population, put them in GQ population, and know where they are at that particular point in time. That's the estimate space. That's what I, eventually my office will approve an estimate space that people should be using for this with the right amount of GQs in the right places. That's difficult this time because we have counts, because we collect this information twice a year of GQ population, spring semester and fall semester every year. Unfortunately, spring semester, we got our counts in February. So we really don't know, by the time census goes around, how many of those individuals are still on campus, or because of COVID, how many of individuals were told to go home and they're not on campus anymore. And then when they went home, where did they go? Are they at home with their parents? Are they somewhere in, still in the city? Various other things. College GQ, really difficult this time, I have to say. There aren't huge changes. In other words, we're not seeing complete loss of dorms, but we are seeing thousands of people in some areas missing from what we expected to find in GQ population. Now, are those thousands, and the problem, well, we know, and we have a general idea from at least the UC about where their students came from originally, at least in terms of in-state UC students. So we will eventually try and link up, kind of like Corinne is doing with the prison population. We will eventually try and link up missing GQ in dorms with, do we have extra people in these blocks in certain areas of California? Are we going to redo, are we legally charged with reallocating them? No, because that's not something we do. But on the other hand, it will provide us with an idea about, if they're in California, where were they counted? If we plan on putting them back into the dorms later, from our purposes, not for your purposes, where are we going to pull them from? Because reasonably, they need to be back in those dorms, because they will be there this year, they will be there next year, they will be there at some particular point in time. When did they come back? The rest of the GQ, nursing homes, doesn't look too bad, at least the big ones that we track. Once again, the numbers, that exist there, they're a little bit lower, but on the other hand, at least a couple of ones that I've tracked personally, they correspond, unfortunately, to COVID deaths pretty closely. So the fact that we're seeing some lower nursing home numbers than we expected, some of that is, unfortunately, that COVID claimed some of those victims themselves. Of course, as perhaps Corinne has pointed out, differential privacy is a huge, is this fuzzy lens that sits over all of some of this data. It makes it really difficult to say exactly, that one person, is it a missing person? Is it disclosure avoidance? Is it something else? So that's why I say, I think both of us have been pretty happy when we've been able to get numbers in the single digits for most things, particularly in the lower single digits, because that seems to be a margin of error that we can both live with right now. There's COVID on it, there's differential privacy, so disclosure avoidance on it, and there's really no way to really get a finer detail on something at this particular point. I think I'll leave it and take questions at this point to make sure that I'm not running out of everybody's time, if there aren't any.
That sounds great. Thank you so much. And I see Commissioner Sinai has a question.
Thank you. That was really helpful. I have 4 questions, so let me know if you want me to ask them one at a time so others can ask questions, or if I should ask all 4. How would you like to do it, Commissioner Sadwani?
I think go ahead with your question.
Okay. You had said on the Latino data, it's coming very close. And then you mentioned some of the data sources that you use for the Latino data. And those data sources just made me wonder, how are you accounting for under 18, Latinos under 18, as well as undocumented? Because many of the sources you mentioned, I know that undocumented can get driver's license, but they may not. And so is there a data source that you were using for the under 18?
Yeah, let me start with undocs. Undoc, unfortunately, yes, that is a black box from my perspective. I rely on the census. Under 18s, I have school enrollment data and vital statistics data. So in other words, if an individual was born and, either their parents check the Hispanic box, or based on, once again, if they put no information down on their vital statistics form other than the top half, which is the required by law half, i.e. how old was when was the kid born, what was the hospital they were born at, what was, that's the required information. There's the lower half is the stuff that gives the mother and father's demographic data. Sometimes that's blank. However, based on the mother's place of birth and potentially last name, we do reassign or we assign individuals to Hispanic or Latino. So that's the births. From the rest of the under 17 population, we do that with school enrollment. Presumably, I would hope, individuals, somewhere between the ages of sort of kindergarten, although not everybody goes to kindergarten, obviously, kindergarten and 8th grade at least, are enrolled. We presumably, or actually, I don't say presumably, I will say also being responsible for the K-12 projections that we provide, to do the budgeting for that. High school dropouts aren't really that big of an issue as they once were 10 years ago. So, really an under 12 population, under 18 population as being K through 11 or K through 12 is a moderately reasonable way of dealing with them. I would normally have said, yeah, okay, well, look at 16-year-old driver's licenses, but unfortunately, modern teenagers don't seem to be following that trend.
Thank you. The next one, you did bring up Paradise Fire, and it has come up when we have when we did our initial conversations in the far north. And can you say more besides the fact that the numbers weren't there at the census? Is there,
I can. I mean, ironically, the census numbers for Paradise are coming in a little bit higher than our estimates, but not by much. I mean, about by 500. And fundamentally, our estimates are, largely reliant on housing construction or housing occupancy. Trailers being moved to a lot is something that we don't really, we don't track because they don't have to be permitted, particularly in Paradise, where Paradise said, okay, just come. We don't really care. We'll permit after the fact when we get to this particular point in time. So it does look like, and it's not necessarily anecdotal. Yes, we've members from my office, having gone to Chico for other work, at the Chico COG, did drive up there and talk, essentially make a city visit. We used to go around and do this all the time. However, in the modern age, we don't do it as much anymore because, we have modern communications. But in terms of a city visit, they drove around various blocks and various other things in Paradise. And so this was a pre-COVID, of course, but it was in late 2019. And yeah, I would say trailers are probably where we were off. Population seems to be there, but they still have a relatively reasonably large amount that is in the rest of the county. That I will say. Now, Paradise, yes, the balance of the county, like outside of Paradise, in that area of the county that burned, northeast of Paradise, that seems to be a much more like they're just gone case of this, particularly with the Dixie Fire now burning other parts of that area as well.
And it's hard to know if they're being counted somewhere else or if they were counted somewhere else or not. So it just leaves things a little up in the air.
I would say that the population, so in a balancing act to a certain extent, we undercounted Paradise or underestimated Paradise. And then we also underestimated other places in Chico outside of in Butte County outside of Chico. So I have to say that it looks as if there's some proportion of them, probably all of those that are of working age, are probably still in Butte County.
Right.
Those individuals out there that were retirees, I think a lot of them are not there anymore.
Right. what on the dorms, one of the things that I have been told is even if you can get the dorm data from the UCs or, from the school, it'll just be straight numbers. It won't be race and ethnicity and age. Is that correct? Do we need to account for that, or?
It will be straight numbers, I believe. Unless particularly the UC, unless the UC has decided to become radically different in its data disclosure requirements, it will just be the straight numbers.
And is that the same as 2010? Or in 2010, did we get more of the nuances?
I believe that's the same as the 2010. I mean, the race and ethnicity of the dorms is there. It's there based on, on the information that as much information as the school provides. So in other words, if they happen to have if they have a demographic profile of their students that are there and that are in the dorms, then the dorms reflect it. If they provided just numbers, then the census imputed race ethnicity based on other things, either what they know about the administrative records for that school, i.e., oh, this is blah, blah, blah college. It has 50% Asian Americans. It's 38% whites, and it's, 20% all other races. That's what will become, that will populate in some way, because they'll draw randomly the dorm population if they don't have any information, any specific information about the individual dorms. They will use the university's, overall race ethnic thing, which they get from the Department of Education. The federal Department of Education, because you have to.
And my final question, Karin won't be disappointed I'm asking this, how does the data look for military bases?
Military bases, really good, except for, actually military bases look almost right on. I was going to say except for San Diego, but it actually turns out that the carrier group is out literally like 2 weeks before. So for those of you who are, in the Coronado, San Diego, yeah, you lost 5,000 there because the carrier was not ported at that point in time. It was still up in Seattle. Strange that they bothered to home port a carrier in Seattle for 4 months or 5 months for repairs and then brought it back down to San Diego, but that's just the way it worked. The only other one that's a bit weird is Camp Pendleton has too few people. Don't know why. I mean, according to Pendleton's own reporting to us at that particular point in time, the census results came in several thousand below that. Is it because between those two times they went someplace that we're no longer in and then got pulled back out? Or is it military accounting? Because, military, the way we handle residency for the state of California, if you're in California, you're in California. However, where the census handles military residency, it depends on where you're based. So if my home base, or if I got my orders and I'm still associated with, Camp Lejeune, but I happen to be out at Pendleton doing, drills or something like that, getting ready for deployment, I still get counted at Camp Lejeune. Whereas for the purposes of the state of California, nope, sorry, you're at Camp Pendleton, so therefore you belong to us. So that's the only one that's radically different. Everything else is a couple of, once again, into these single digit differences, and single digit differences we are attributing largely to differential privacy or data disclosure at this particular point in time. Sure. Any other questions? Or
any other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Yee.
Thank you so much, Dr. Schwarm. Wondering if you could say more about the perennial question of Hispanic Latino ethnicity folks and which race they put down and what trends came up this time compared to 2010. If someone marked Hispanic Latino for ethnicity, white for race, and wrote in Guatemalan, how did that get handled? All
okay.
those issues.
Yeah, though that's a difficult issue in terms of that. If they mark down Hispanic, no matter, because it's two separate questions, right? There's the race question and then there's the ethnicity question. If they marked an ethnicity question that was Hispanic, that's where they end up. There's no census recoding out of that. So in some ways, it's almost, it's the census form version of OneDrop. If you clicked on that, it doesn't matter what else you put in any of the other ethnicities or races, you're in the Hispanic bin. Now, if I was white and I put Guatemalan, that's a question. I don't know yet. In other words, I suspect that administrative records were then probably consulted and you were probably moved to Hispanic. That's what I hope to find out on Thursday. It's a question we have in. How do they recode on that? Because that's the question. The question that we have is, okay, now that you started to play with the ethnicity that for the first time, whites and blacks were able to put down, right? It was always something that Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders and I think that's really it. Multi-race could put ethnicities down as well, but it was always something that those particular race ethnic groups could put down. But it's the first time that African Americans and whites were asked specifically of their ethnicities. What happens if I put down that I was, born in, that I put down I was white, but I was born in Zaire? The likelihood that I'm actually white, born in Zaire, is pretty small. But are you right to recode me as multi-race? Are you right or did you go ahead and put me in African American? Because most of the time we think they got recoded into multi-race. That's at least where we're going, or at least that's so far what the information the Census Bureau has given us. I think we are really interested to know what percentage they're going to tell us nationally was done like that. Now, if I put in, so Hispanics are always Hispanic. If I'm, if I put in an ethnicity that, doesn't correspond to anything. So let's say, no, I mean, I'm trying to come up with an explanation or the common explanation for why we end up with so much more other. I think we understand why we end up with so much more multi-race, in the sense that I think there's a strong argument by individuals who have, to look at that these days, particularly with 23andMe and with other things. I think that is a bit more focused in people's eyes. And also, remember, this is all self-identification. One of the big issues that come is, and this will continue to get worse as far as, demographers kind of understand it. So I have let's say a mixed race household of white and black. And for whatever reason, let's say I choose to put down, white for most of the time because I'm of another generation and figure that that's most important. So I mark down white over and over and over again. And my children end up being white over and over again. Well, either this time, perhaps I'm, Black Lives Matter or something like that, decide, no, I'm going to mark multi-race, white and black, and actually identify the fact that that I myself might make multi-race, or I put my children down as being white and black because I now feel that they really need to stand up for their race and ethnicity. Or the other piece goes, all right, my children have been under my household and I've marked them white for 20 years. Now they're out on their own at college and they're like, oh, I get to finally fill out the census. I am multi-race or I am black, because I don't, it's me now. I'm not listening to what my father said and wrote down on all his forms. I'm now my own person, and my own person, I choose to be this. And that is something I think we will see more of every census as it goes along, because we are becoming a more multi-racial country to begin with much higher rates of interracial intermarriage. And then there's also this question about self-identification. I think people are really more conscious about their background and their ethnicities, and more willing to go ahead and play the game to a certain extent. It's not a game, but go ahead and identify. In other words, oh look, I didn't realize that I had 25% of my genes or my chromosome or my I'm looking for the wrong word here. My ancestry might have been in, say, Asian American or Asian, because for whatever reason, that's not something I knew. Okay, yay, I'm finally going to go put down that in my box. So, like I say, most of everything, except for, Pacific Islander and American Indian are really difficult because they're so small. So few individuals in California identifying that thing. So it's really hard to estimate them because it doesn't take more than a few people changing their ideas or coming in and, being differently identified in the administrative records or whatever for those two categories to be radically off. I actually do find it kind of interesting, and I won't go belabor this too much, is at least nationally, there was a big push for American Indians to not put themselves in the multi-race category, to just be American Indians, even if they were American Indian and white. This was a relatively strong push by a number of tribes, and you see it nationally. American Indian identification went up significantly in the census compared to 2010. It's, I think, up by almost 12% nationally. Didn't happen in California. In California, we actually lost a little bit of American Indian overall in proportions compared to 2010. They're probably in the multi-race. That's just where or in Hispanic. It is also true that California is very different when it comes to American Indians, in the sense that we have a very different population than, say, Oklahoma does, or South Dakota, or it's very different than those places, and therefore very different self-identifications.
This is such interesting stuff, and you're pushing all my buttons over here. I'm thinking, yes, race is a social construct. So yes, absolutely. This is very exciting. Other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Fornashari.
So a lot of people moved after April. A lot of people moved out of the Bay Area into the Central Valley, for instance, and into the Sacramento area. So I guess just sort of in general, do you have a feel for how significant that was? I don't know, relative sense, and in particular, how does that affect your post enumeration survey?
It's going to be a good question for our post-enumeration survey, because due to COVID, much like the census, our field work, the housing unit field work was largely done by the end of February, first week of March, because our intent was not to be in the field at the same time the census was. So housing unit counts, that will be interesting, because here, once again, we wanted 100% field operations, where the census was using some field plus some, in office canvassing. So in other words, they were looking at satellite photos. We wanted to make sure that we got second units and illegal units and stuff like that, and we're able to get a better count and idea about whether those were captured in the census. So housing units, not so bad. Population, we were largely in the field October, November, well, starting in September, but October, November, and December. So if people had moved during that period of time, they're not going to be in ours. And whether they were there when the census, if they self-responded, which of course is the best possible thing, and they self-responded in March, then they'll be in those blocks where they were pre-COVID. If they were found through non-response follow-up or various other things, then they would be in their new blocks someplace else. The dichotomy that, we've only begun to start looking at obviously not block level data, but slightly more aggregated data. And I will say that there are some places in the Bay Area and various other things beyond sort of these wealthy enclaves where it does look like individuals we would have expected them to be there, but they're being counted someplace else. Sacramento, El Dorado Hills, at least in terms of the northern areas here. Same thing with San Joaquin and Stanislaus County. In terms of the South, Riverside had more population in a couple of those enclaves, much more than we expected. Same with a little bit more in Santa Barbara, but you can kind of see some spread out and some movement that exists in some of these places that down there. Unfortunately, we won't really have a good idea on that, whether it's dependent on the census or not. the one piece that exists as well here, or that's important to remember, is if I was in the Bay Area and my IRS tax forms and everything were in the Bay Area, and I left and I never filled in a census anywhere else. And so enumerators kept on coming back to my house, not too often, but they came back to my house during non-response follow-up. And eventually they gave up. They're going to fill in the census results for my house in San Francisco or my house in the Bay Area, assuming they haven't found me anyplace else in an actual census form that I self-responded to. They're going to fill in that with administrative records. So therefore, they're going to fill in the households, and it'll show up in the census having been filled in from IRS tax returns or Medicare or any one of the administrative records databases that the Census Bureau has access to. So if I moved, but still didn't fill out the census, and I'm sitting here in Sacramento in my new house, and nobody, and whoever was in the old house filled out a census form, and therefore they don't consider my new house to be a non-responder, then I'm probably still living in according to the census, I'm still living in my old house assuming there's a lot of assumptions of this, but assuming nobody ever filled a form out or there was nobody home to take a census enumeration at that residence, then I'm living in my old house in the Bay Area, because they would have filled me in administratively.
Right, but most of the movement took place after the census.
Yes. So
right, and so then the underlying assumption there are a lot more people in the Bay Area than there really are, and there's a lot fewer people in Sacramento than there really are.
Assuming people self-responded, yes. I mean, there you go, right? I mean, if they self-responded, then yes, you're absolutely right. If they didn't respond, and it was actually later on when people were going door to door or et cetera, then they're going to be, because the vast majority of non-response follow-up was August and September of last year. So during the sort of lull in COVID at that particular point in time, in which case, they're going to be in the, now you're right. This is right. I mean, this is why a pandemic is the worst time to have, a census. And I don't envy all of your responsibilities, because yes, you might be drawing lines. I mean, you got to draw lines with the data that you have, right? But it's true of any census to a certain extent. It's just like in 2010, it was really easy though, because not a whole lot of people were moving, because we were in the middle of a Great Recession, and everybody had already been kicked out of their homes. So a lot of people were very, very fixed. But say in 2000, you had a bunch of people moving between April 1st and the time that you were actually, 2001 or whatever. So, because we still had a good draw in, for the .com, because we had not busted yet at that particular point in time. So we ended up with a lot of people that probably weren't there, 6 months later or 9 months later, when everybody closed up shop and the Bay Area emptied out. So.
Great. Well, I hope that answered your question, Commissioner Furnishari. I know that we are up against our mandatory break. Is that correct, Chair? Is that the right term timing? Yes. So I really want to thank you, Dr. Schwarm, for coming today and joining us and answering so many questions and just providing us with insights on your assessment of the census data. I found this incredibly helpful. So thank you so much for coming and joining us. And I'm sure we would love to have you back at some point in the future as well. And best of luck to you, because it sounds like you have much work ahead still. So thank you so much. Chair, I will hand it back to you. I don't know if there's any additional announcements or anything before we break.
Yeah, I think that we are definitely up against our break. Thank you again, Dr. Schwarm and Karin, for joining us for this session. We really appreciate it. And with that, we will be taking a break, and we will return at 3:30. Well, welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission business meeting today, September 7th. At this point, we are going to jump into agenda item 5, and that is line drawer updates. So I am going to turn it over to Commissioner Anderson to lead it from here.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Yes, at this point, similar to how we did a presentation on our August 21st meeting, this is actually going to be an overview, a review of communities of interest that have come in through the community of interest tool. And the areas that we're looking at today are inland Northern California and inland Central California. So in terms of looking at what the commission was using as their zones, it would be Zone B, Zone D, which is the Sacramento area, Zone F, essentially the Central Valley, and Zone G, which is the Eastern Sierras and the Gold Country. And what I'm going to do, there'll be an initial presentation from our outreach staff. Will tell us what they've been up to in this area, and then we'll turn it over to the line drawers who will walk us through everything. And so I'm going to pass this over to Ms. Ashley Howick and Mr. Eduardo. Where is Eduardo? And Jose Eduardo. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair. And Commissioners, good afternoon again. I guess I'll go first, Ashley. Well, we really appreciate your time and space. It's really great to hear all the business meetings. We've been focusing a lot on outreaching, and so we're almost there when it comes to doing a last drive for the next 2 meetings that are coming up. And I am the field team lead for the Central California region, Zone G and F. With the combined population of over 4.5 million, the Central Valley and the Central Valley, San Joaquin Valley, Central Nevada Mountain Range is one of the largest, as you know, rural and agriculture areas in the nation. And I think when it comes to rural, it's really key to understand and getting context. It is also culturally diverse with more than 70 ethnicities and 105 languages spoken. Our outreach team, we have worked extensively in our public outreach to be as inclusive and representative to all Californians in both of the regions. Since joining the commission in late May of 2021 and with the support of field staff since August of 2021, we've continued to build off the commissioner's outreach efforts in phase 1, which is of the strategic outreach plan. With the total of 15 counties to collaborate with, we have strategically established relationships with each of them. And we've reached out to all incorporated cities in each county with community centers, and also reached out to community centers in census designated areas, otherwise known as unincorporated cities, county and city government entities, including various departments and local agencies such as public libraries, school districts, public servants, health departments, and community-based organizations. And at the start of the public outreach activation phase, there was a high focus on local government entities to leverage their large networks and promote our first 2 meetings for Zone F, July 12th, and the July 20 COIN meetings on Zone G. Our outreach efforts also targeted Chamber of Commerce, business associations, local media, and nonprofit organizations that cater to the general population, and also to specific demographic groups such as the Jacarig Movement, Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, the Dolores Huerta Foundation, and Hmong Innovation Politics. Our public outreach in August 2021 has been focused to, we've been able to grow our outreach base as well, and we've been focusing on faith-based organizations, more nonprofit organizations, civic engagement, education, and strategic ethnic communities. Some examples include outreach to the Hmong community, Punjabi community, Oaxacan indigenous communities, and other Latinx communities as well. Our continuous communications with stakeholders has allowed us to access county and city facilities across 3 of the most populous counties in Zone F, as well as 3 of the most populous counties in Zone G for in-person COI meetings, as we plan to transition to in-person meetings back in July and for the August COI meetings. So we were very fortunate to work with those entities, and knowing that if we need to return to in-person, they will be able to work with us. And in working with local county, city, and higher education officials, we also learned that there is an abundance of challenges in these rural communities for both Zone G and F. The challenges such as the lack of large facilities and accessibility to those facilities. The conversations with local stakeholders have also allowed us to learn of new partnerships and unique approaches to different communities or to each communities. Our main outreach methods with organizations in June had been via email and phone calls due to the limitations with COVID. But considering the need for continued education on the redistricting process, access to technology, and connectivity issues, our team implemented different strategies in our emails to make the commission more attractive and essentially to get our message across. A second strategy we learned was that after our emails, we would follow up with a call to make sure that the stakeholder had received the email or that it hadn't gone to their spam folder, since we were reaching out to numerous contacts. A consideration was that out of the 50 emails that we would send, let's say in July and even early August, a third of them would automatically reply that they were on vacation. So that's the reason why we had to reach out via phone calls to make sure that they did receive the information. And our last strategy was also to outreach to local newspapers, radio, and TV stations, local magazines, social media pages, and most importantly, community calendars. It has been a successful strategy, and we've received mentions mostly in local newspapers and radio stations, and working along with Freddie as well to provide those contacts. We've been, our outreach team has been able to contact them or follow up after the press release, so that we can make sure that they receive that email again. A lot of the times, our emails would go to their spam inbox, or they would have never received it because of outdated information. So yeah, that's been our work or our efforts in Zone F and Zone G. Any questions I can answer, and I appreciate your time and service.
Richard Kennedy.
I am really happy. I'm very impressed. This is fantastic work. I guess the only thing that I would say is I wish I had had this information earlier. It would have given me a much better sense of where we are and how things are going. And I'm wondering if there's a way to have brief written reports from the various teams going forward. But again, my bottom line is this is great work on behalf of the commission. I want to thank the team and say keep it up.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you very much, Commissioner Kennedy. Any other questions? Nope. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Eduardo. And I'm going to pass it over to Ms. Howick for your, or did you have additional things to say for your?
That was it on my part, Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Hello, Commissioners. So I'm Ashley. I am the Northern California Field Lead. So today I'll be discussing outreach zones B and D with you. So zone B includes the far northern, more inland counties of California, and is known to be a very rural area with cities and population centers being spread out across large amounts of land. So connections had already been made there by other outreach staff, as well as commissioners to numerous stakeholders before I joined the outreach team in July. Those contacts include the county farm bureaus and the California Indian Manpower Consortium, which works together with Native American communities. I have made sure to reconnect with these stakeholders and have also expanded upon those outreach efforts. So I started my outreach with government entities such as the County Board of Supervisors, as well as mayors and the city and town councils in the area. I have made sure to engage these contacts as they already have established relationships within their communities. And in these small town rural areas, the sense of community and already having a presence there goes a long way. So they are then able to spread our information in a more impactful and well-received manner. So after connecting with the government entities and elected officials, I then switched to organizations and centers that play an active role in the well-being of the community. This includes family and community resource centers, cultural centers, libraries, and various nonprofits, including United Way of Northern California, Caring Choices, and the County First 5 centers. I have also made an effort to conduct outreach with the indigenous communities of the North, such as the Yurok tribe. So another example of a sector I have done outreach with include the schools in the area, Chico State University being the largest in Zone B, but the community colleges there also have a strong presence. The College of the Siskiyous is a prominent higher education school, and Commissioner Sinai and I were actually able to meet with faculty members and were able to discuss what kind of outreach is the most impactful within their community and how to engage the different communities of interest represented in Zone B. So I have also connected with some of the more local unified school districts and the school boards in the area. So I have also had success connecting with different chapters of the League of Women Voters, not only in Zone B, but in all of my outreach zones. I have also made connections with various Republican and Democrat affiliated clubs and communities and throughout the different counties, as well as Rotary clubs and historical societies. And Zone D includes the greater Sacramento region going east all the way to the Nevada border. So Zone D also contains a large amount of rural areas, especially the counties bordering Nevada, but also the agricultural areas of Yolo, Yuba, and Sacramento County. Zone D differs though by also encompassing the city of Sacramento and the other more urban cities surrounding it. So for here, my approach began similarly with expanding upon already made connections and starting with the county boards and city councils. I have also connected with chambers of commerce in the area, as I have found that they have a strong presence in both the urban and rural areas in Zone D. I have also outreached to a lot of environmental conservation groups, which are plentiful in both our capital city and the Tahoe area, like the South Yuba River Citizens League and the famous Keep Tahoe Blue nonprofit. I have also reached out to various water agencies and organizations that have an interest in the agriculture lands, like the county farm bureaus in this zone and the Woodland Davis Clean Water Agency. So to make sure the diversity of Sacramento is included and represented in the state redistricting conversation, I have conducted outreach with the Latino community, including the Sacramento Latino Community Roundtable and Latino Leadership Council, the Black community, including the Black Legislative and Capital Association and the Sacramento Black Chamber of Commerce, also the LGBTQ community, including the Stonewall Foundation of Greater Sacramento and the Rainbow Chamber Foundation, Faith-based organizations have also been outreach to, including multiple Jewish and Islamic congregations throughout Zone B. So I also have a support staff for Northern California. Her name is Vanessa, who has been a huge help in our outreach efforts. Quite notably, she was able to reach out to the Hmong Innovating Politics group that has a chapter in Sacramento. She reached out to them through social media, and one of their Sacramento organizers actually was able to speak at our Zone B core meeting. And so moving on, challenges for this area, of course, include the tragic ongoing fires in both these outreach zones, which quite understandably is on the forefront of people's minds and the news source's main focus. For the more rural areas, challenges include a lack of broadband access and sometimes even a general disinterest in government. I work to get around these two challenges by relying on the known and trusted community members, such as the mayors and council members or resource center staff, to share information and the different avenues of submitting COI input. and also trying to find more civically engaged groups in the area and talk with them and build those relationships. So going forward, I will continue to expand upon the relationships I have already made and also go deeper within these communities, particularly in the lower responding areas, to find more cultural, ethnic, and faith-based centers to be able to incorporate all the different communities of interest within our great state of California. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Commissioner Forciari?
Yeah, no, I just want to echo Commissioner Kennedy's comments and speak on behalf of all of my fellow commissioners to thank you both for your hard work and your feedback. This is really outstanding for us to hear all the work that you both have been doing, and the folks who spoke last week too. It's you're really doing a great job for this commission, and I want to just thank you all for the hard work that you're putting in. And the outcomes. The outcomes are evidenced in the number of calls we've been getting and the number of input we've been getting through the COI tool. And so thank you.
Great.
Thank you, commissioners.
Yes, and I totally echo that. Thank you very much. I'm now going to pass this over to our line drawing team, Miss McDonald, and she will introduce everybody and march us through what we're the plan, and then dive into it.
Yes, hello, commissioners. Thank you so much for inviting me. I am Karen McDonald with Q2 Data and Research, and I'm representing the line drawing team today. And Willie is jumping ahead a little bit here. I actually wanted to introduce my colleagues, my colleague Kennedy Wilson, who I don't know if you can see her. She's waving there. This is Kennedy Wilson from Q2, and then also Willie Desmond from Haystack. Willie, I can't see you, but maybe you can wave also. They will be providing you with an overview of the COI submissions that came in via the COI tool through 8/26. The area that they will be walking you through corresponds roughly to outreach zones B, D, F, and G, as Commissioner Anderson has pointed out earlier. Willie is going to start you off with outreach zones F and G, roughly. And he will begin with the Bakersfield area. And then Kennedy will take over by showing you the COI submissions for areas D and B. So with that, Willie, please take it away. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you very much, Karen. Yes, as Karen mentioned, and as a couple other people have said, we'll be talking about many of the inland zones today. The purposes of this presentation is to present to you basically all of the COI submissions that have come in through the COI submission tool. So these aren't things that have come in through the public input meetings or have been emailed or sent in otherwise. These are all the ones where people went onto the website and drew a district and talked about their community of interest. Our purpose today, and our intent, was to present to you, the commissioners who need all this information to make some very important decisions. Just kind of a recap and a summary of what all these COIs are. We're going to try to go through them relatively quickly and efficiently, but this is for your information so that you can really understand what the citizens of California have asked of you. So if there is any questions you have, or if there's things that are unclear, if you'd like labels changed, we really want to make sure that this is a process that's useful for you. So feel free to jump in and we can try to make some adjustments if any are necessary. So with that, I will just get right started. So we're going to be, we're going to be looking today at, and it's blocking. I apologize. We're going to be looking today, starting in Bakersfield in Kern County. We have put on the topographic maps to give you a little sense of where the terrain is. If that's, again, distracting or whatever, we can turn that on and off relatively easily. But just to begin, the very first COI that we'll be looking at is named The Seasons. I believe it is a neighborhood in Bakersfield. The thing they talked about there, the person who submitted this, is how the neighborhood is ethically and economically diverse. They would like more infrastructure put into things like lighting, biking and walking, and tree coverage. Continuing in Bakersfield, another COI was submitted talking about the need to respect the communities of color there and some of the important community features that go along with that. Continuing right along in Bakersfield is a downtown Oleander Central Bakersfield COI. Now this area shares similar interests and values with the La Cresta and Alta Vista area of Bakersfield. They report being architecturally and social diversity, and they also report that this area is becoming more gay-friendly and progressive in the recent generations. Finally, in Bakersfield specifically, we have a Southeastern Bakersfield COI. And they talked about the importance of keeping the African-American community together to preserve their influence and to allow them to elect representatives that will really kind of meet their needs and fit their community. Zooming out a little bit, just to kind of wider Kern County, we're going to take a look at a few. The first one is a Western COI, or a Western Kern COI, excuse me. They reported that the current district 23 does not make sense for them. They say they have no connection to Lancaster, Santa Clarita, or Palmdale, and they wish that Bakersfield and the metro area should be in a single district because they are a cohesive unit. Next, we have a Kern County COI that talks about how they would like to see a Latino district created for the very first time, kind of centered in Bakersfield. There is several COIs I'll be looking at that deal with the kind of more eastern part of Kern County. This one is called the Indian Wells COI. They first of all, they say Indian Wells is awesome. And that's a little community kind of up here in the rural area. But they really want to say that they should be connected both to Kern County and to both of the military bases there. Following right along is a Kern River Valley COI. And what they talked about here is the need for small nearby towns like Lake Isabella to be included with these people. They talked about the reliance on recreation and tourism industries and how popular things like the wilderness and outdoor recreation are here. Also, that same area received another COI that talked about just how diverse the types of people that come to the kind of rural areas are and how they think it's important to keep those areas together as much as possible. The last one we're going to look at over here is called a high desert COI, is what it was named, excuse me. They asked that you keep Ridgecrest and Trona together. It's extremely important to them because the towns are linked in too many ways to note. They'd also like you to link Ridgecrest, Innokern, Randsburg, Johannesburg, and Red Mountain with Homewood County. And I'm sorry, excuse me, they have Homewood County, but I believe it's Homewood Canyon. They also say Homewood Canyon is the only Inyo County location for the district. The remaining parts of Inyo County, if you'll allow me to zoom over a little bit, you can kind of see are over the mountains. And they say that those areas don't really fit with the rest of Kern County. Next, we're going to go to a Central Valley district. That's what it's labeled. I'm going to zoom out a little bit so you can see it. It is some areas kind of north of Bakersfield, as well as Tulare and Kings County. What they talk about here is that this district shouldn't stretch into Bakersfield, as you can make one district completely in Kern County. They'd like rural Hispanics in Fresno to be included. And they note that this area is full of working class rural Hispanics in the areas of King and Tulare County, along with some of Kern and Fresno. It's a majority Hispanic area that should be kept together, according to the person who submitted this particular COI. Okay, zooming out a little bit more and getting to some of the kind of larger COIs that we'll be talking about. We're first up is a Mid-Central Valley COI. Now this is on the east side of Bakersfield, and they report that the east side of Bakersfield is very similar to Fresno. So again, the east side of Bakersfield is kind of over here, and they think it should be linked up with Fresno. And there's more COIs that'll be talking about that, but we'll get to those in a second. Next, we have one that's called a Central California COI. The person who wrote this reported being an immigrant who sees some stark differences in the areas he works and the areas he lives. When he travels other areas for work, he notices just the kind of quality of life differences. He feels that South Fresno is more connected with the rest of the city and would benefit from staying with an area that kind of represents his immigrant and Latinx perspective. He said East Bakersfield and South Fresno are very similar and should be in one district, but the rest of Bakersfield does not have anything in common with this area except for proximity, according to the person who submitted this report. He classified his community as Hispanics, immigrants, farm working, a shared interest and backgrounds bring us together in similar culture, also noting how important family is. Continuing kind of in this area, we have a mid-Central Valley COI. This talks about how East Bakersfield, again, should be connected throughout the valley into South Fresno. And they say East Bakersfield shouldn't be coupled with the rest of the city because East Bakersfield has nothing in common with the rest of the city. Again, talked about his community is being dominated by immigrants, first generation farm workers, working class, and Latino and Hispanic. The next one is
Willie, can I ask a quick question?
Of course.
So as the description is this, but this is the picture that has been drawn?
Yes.
Like they're saying don't include certain areas, but it's all included in the same COI that they've drawn?
You know, we made kind of a conscious effort to try to just present the information as it was turned in and not go beyond assuming anything as to what these people were trying to say. So that's why I'm trying to kind of present both sides of it so that you can kind of look at the totality of the picture and evaluate it however you think is most.
Perfect. Thank you. So this is unedited. This is what it was, and here you're presenting.
These are the COIs that were submitted to the tool by people all across California.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Of course. Again, this is another one talking about how East Bakersfield and Fresno should be connected, very similar to some of the other ones. This next one is called the Rural Central Valley. Again, East Bakersfield and Fresno. That's mirrored in the following one, which is called the Central Valley COI. And again, I'm trying to not show duplicate ones here. So each one of these is slightly different than each other, if you can believe it. They do look very similar, but there are kind of different outlines in how all of these are put together. So when there are duplicates, we're omitting those and just kind of talking about the various points of testimony, just as another point of reference for you.
I'm wondering, Willie, could we pause really briefly? I'd be curious just to zoom in and understand this part of like Tulare, Visalia, Delano, that it looked like a couple of these COIs had specifically omitted.
Yes, we could definitely do that. So if we start with this one, which was the Central California one, this just kind of leaves out all of Tulare County. Another one kind of cuts it off a little bit further to the south. The mid-central again doesn't include Madura, but also excludes Tulare. The rural California one again excludes Tulare County.
And were I'm so sorry. Were these were the ones that you were reading the testimony that they said to include East Bakersfield? Is that correct?
Yes. The common kind of point of testimony here was that they would like East Bakersfield, if possible, connected with kind of the greater Fresno area, as they think that it has that part of Bakersfield has a lot more to do with, I guess, the more rural farm labor, Latinx types of populations.
Okay, got it. But yet the the COIs that were being seen include all of Bakersfield and the entirety of the county, of Kern County.
Exactly.
I see. Okay.
I don't know if that was because of confusion about how to select at a smaller level of geography, but many of the COIs we did receive through the COI tool link up counties. There are quite a few that go into more kind of discrete areas and things, but you know, again, that's why we're trying to present both the kind of picture that they submitted as well as the testimony that goes.
Great. Thank you very much.
No problem. Kind of drilling down a little bit closer into Tulare County, we several COIs kind of over in this area, just small ones throughout the county that I'll touch on. This one's talking about the town of Exeter. They say it's different than Toolsville, Farmsville, Lindsay, and Woodlake, both socioeconomically and culturally, according to demographics and economic levels. They're a small rural farm with a charming downtown, lots of history, agricultural, and artistic things in town, but not really who they should be linked with. I think more just kind of talking about what makes them special. Also in this area, very, very small, in the city of Visalia, just like a few square blocks. So I'm not sure if this was an actual area or they just wanted to make a comment, but they talk about the Beverly Glen area of Tulare County. And they report that it's an LGBTQ friendly residential neighborhood of mostly single family homes within the urban center of Visalia. Next, we have the first of several COIs labeled and talking about the Three Rivers area. What this says, there are several, the special about this one, I guess, was that they noted that there are several people that live within the park boundaries who maybe don't show up on the map, but actually live in this area. They talk about areas that include Lodgepole, Silver City, and Ash Mountain. They talk about how the community is very heavily tied, both economically and culturally, to Visalia. Everyone in their community shops for groceries there and runs errands there. They should be with Woodlake and Exeter. In the past, the district wasn't part of Visalia, but was instead part of Bakersfield, which is an hour and a half away. They reported that this is completely inappropriate and that their community is a gateway to Sequoia National Park. Just to kind of, I guess, touch on that, because there is a lot of testimony about this area. I think when you look at kind of Tulare County and look at the congressional districts and the current state house districts and the current state senate districts, I think you see why Three Rivers maybe has a lot of comments, because they're right kind of on a border and separated from other parts of Tulare County in several of the current districts. Again, I'm not trying to assert anything here. It's just something I noticed pops up in a lot of the testimony, is how they're divided by several of the districts in Tulare County. I'll turn these back off. The next COI we're going to be talking about is, again, Visalia, Three Rivers, the 198 corridor. They talk about Visalia, Three Rivers, Farmersville, Woodlake, and Exeter, and Ivanhoe all feel connected economically, culturally, geographically. Talking about schools, events, shopping as all things that bring these communities together. Continuing on in this area, another kind of Three Rivers, where they note it's actually Five Rivers. Geographically, they say the canyon of the Kaweah River and its tributaries stretching down to Visalia and the adjoining foothills would make a lot of sense. They say larger urban areas such as Bakersfield and Fresno should be excluded, as they have completely different demographics. They kind of talk about their community is on the edge of a wilderness, an eclectic mix of residents, retirees, employees, ranchers, entrepreneurs, artists, and craftspeople. After that, we have a Three Rivers Visalia COI again. And this one talks about a strong connection with Visalia again. They are located within Congressional District 23, which includes Bakersfield, but think they should be with Visalia as it's a third as close. And I can make this one slightly darker. I know this green doesn't pop as well on the kind of gradient map. Following that, we've got Three Rivers, Visalia, Kauai again. They talk about how the small size of Three Rivers means that most of them, people there really kind of associate with Visalia for work, shopping, healthcare, and all of their kind of services, including faith communities and entertainment opportunities. They talk about the main line of transportation being Highway 198 with the local Amtrak connection, and just how kind of traffic flows one direction, I suppose.
Willie, I have a quick question, and it might be exactly what they just said, but when they said like Three Rivers and then they said Visalia, in my mind, we were creating COIs that captured it all in one versus little islands. Do we not capture it all together unless they mention that it should be all together? Or you see how it's like the pink island one place and then another pink island?
Absolutely. So I think, when we draw COIs, we try to make them contiguous if possible, if we have the information. These are, citizen submission. So it's up to them to draw whatever type of shape they want. A lot of times when you look at these, though, you'll notice that they've probably taken things like selected on a city or town layer. And so instead of kind of selecting all the unincorporated census blocks in between those areas, they've really just kind of picked the towns they think make sense and lumped those together into one map.
Okay, sorry. I should have remembered you said that was made by them.
No problem. Here to help. So, and any other questions, feel free to shout them out. I'm just going to continue right along because there are quite a few of these, and they all are slightly different from one another, although, talking about a lot of kind of common themes. This one is talking about how the Tulare is actually a very diverse community, and they want a district that includes the areas they frequent and think that they belong together. This one's called the Gateway to the Sequoias. They said they're surrounded by some of the most productive farmland in the United States. They're primarily a farm and suburban community. Again, another one called Three Rivers. They are an economically and politically diverse area. They think Visalia should definitely be included with Three Rivers, where most people work and shop. Also, that if possible, they would like the areas of Shaver Lake, Oakhurst, and Yosemite entrance towns out to Bakersfield. Not Bakersfield, excuse me. They're too far and don't have the same interests. Did note that Three Rivers is a small 2,000 person community that isn't incorporated. It needs representation to look out for its interest and help preserve the rural characteristics of the town.
Willie, I'm wondering, I guess this is also for the rest of the commission, but I'm wondering, I'm seeing the congressional district lines on here. Is there a reason why we're showing that in particular, or?
No, I apologize. I think that might have just been on from some of the ones earlier that had referenced the congressional districts. So I'm happy to turn those on and off as needed.
Okay, yeah, great. I mean, sometimes helpful, and then other times thank you.
Yes. Sorry, there's a lot of buttons to push. So again, if there's anything I can do to make this a little bit easier to follow, just let me know.
Great, thanks.
Okay. Sorry, just getting caught back to my spot. Okay, this next one in kind of South Tulare County talks about how it's a farming community. It's very agriculturally driven, predominantly white, and they report that it can be at times racist. They say the agricultural interests are often protected over the interests of ethnic and inner city communities in this area. And they report that there is a lack of access to amenities like banking, stores, medical services, and many people have to travel to the east side of Tulare County for medical services. The Farmersville, this is called a Farmersville area and Latino communities. They report that Farmersville is over 90% Latino. They ask that they not be included with districts with Visalia because even though they are very close geographically, they are demographically very different. They share more in common with communities like Lindsay, Woodlake, Ivanhoe, Cutler, Orosi, and Dinuba. Each of these communities is over 80% Latino. They talk about their community being a Latino farm worker community whose students attend Farmersville United Schools. Okay. moving a little bit to the west over to Kings County. We're going to start with a COI called Hannaford Lemoore, linking these two towns. Sorry. They say this is an African American community, and they report barriers to employment, affordable housing, and access to higher education as all key priorities for the Black community there, talking about the dire need for resources. Zooming out a little bit to get all of Kings County, along with a few parts of southern Fresno. They want to be in the same district as nearby agricultural, small town, and Hispanic majority areas like the Salinas Valley, not with Fresno, not with Bakersfield. They say Kings County is an agricultural, Hispanic majority county in the Central Valley. They want to be in the same district as other agricultural, small town, Hispanic majority areas. Okay. Eastern Tulare County. Excuse me, this is called Three Rivers again. They talk about how Wood Lake and Visalia are tied to Three Rivers and how they never go to places like Portersville or Bakersfield. They also communicate that they rarely go to Fresno, and commuted for 22 years to teach in Visalia while working and raising a family in Three Rivers. Okay. Moving over to kind of the Inyo Mano side of the state really quickly. Get that centered, sorry. This person would like to see Mano and Inyo counties kept together. Their mission talked about the ties that bind these areas, not just geography, but also a shared watershed in the Owens River, the Los Angeles Aqueduct, a groundwater basin, wildlife areas and migration paths, 5 tribes in the area that all call the Eastern Sierra their homeland, and a regional airport and medical services that all are concerns for this area of the state. The Tri-Valley Bishop Mammoth Lakes and June Lee area. I'm going to zoom in just slightly more to make this a little clearer. Significant number of seniors, they say, who would benefit from better representation of someone who understands their rural challenges. They say you should include all of the Eastern Sierra rural counties from Inyo in the south to Nevada in the north, including the west side of communities near the Sierra Crest. They do not wish to be in a district with San Bernardino, Fresno, or Madera counties. They say they are very different environmentally as well as culturally, and there's since they are so much more populated, they just don't get adequate representation when they're included with districts on the other side of the mountain, essentially. In that same area, we have Southern Mono County, would like to be included with the northern parts of Inyo County due to their shared cultural, economic, and geographic identities, including communities along Highway 395, Bishop, Big Pine, Independence, and Lone Pine. They don't want to be included with the Western Sierras because they're geographically distinct, separate, and largely inaccessible. They note that driving from Mono County to Madera takes approximately 7 hours if they're in the same congressional district. This next COI is called the Bishop Owens Valley Eastern Sierra COI. Again, they want to be in a district with similar rural communities on the east side of the Sierra Nevada, such as Mammoth Lakes. They do not want to be lumped together with the larger population centers again. They note that Bishop is a community intimately tied by shared interests in outdoor recreation. The recreation takes many forms: hiking, climbing, hunting, camping, all those things. And they say land use and water issues are very, very important to the community. Going out a little bit wider, there's a series of COIs that, again, were all different in how they actually look on the map. Very, very similar, but slightly different. The focus on a lot of these, I don't want to speak for all of them, is that they believe that there should be some representation on the eastern side of the Sierra Nevadas. So they think This first person submission talks about how for too long they've been overlooked and underrepresented because the representatives rarely, if ever, make the time to their parts of the districts. They should be with Central Sierra Nevada friends on their side of the Sierra Nevada mountains, far from San Bernardino County, Fresno, or Tulare counties, where the representatives always live. Central Sierra Nevada to them includes 10 counties or parts of counties that straddle the Sierra Nevada mountains: Inyo, Mono, Alpine, Tuolumne, Calveras, Mariposa, Amador, and areas east of the Sierra Nevada crest in Placer, Nevada, and El Dorado. They also note that US Highway 395 runs through most major towns in this part of the state, and that there are some other kind of east-west roads that go over the mountains, but several of those, particularly in their part of the state, are closed in the winter, making it impossible to go that way and making it, to them, a non-contiguous district for half the year. This one is called the Eastern Sierra COI. They talk about Monumentina counties to be in the same district. I'm going to try to there's a lot of these, so I just want to get through them as fast as possible in some ways. So you guys have some time to look at Kennedy's presentation and focus on all those COIs as well. So this next one is called the 395 corridor. We got several COIs on here that are all identical. I'm only going to show this one. They talk about how nobody from Mono County drives to Fresno or Calveras counties. Most people kind of go south and stay on this side of the mountains. Another eastern ones, they want Mono and Inyo counties to stay in the same district, and Ridgecrest, China Lake area as well. They're rural and live on the east side at Death Valley. This is a corridor, the Central Sierra Nevada Community of Interest, that runs Eastern Sierras. It's inclusive, open space, public lands, the Sierra Nevada escarpment that escapes to the mountains and parts of the foothills communities on the west slope of the Central Sierra Highlands. In that same kind of area is an Eastern Sierra. They want to be disconnected from 85, and they want to keep Mano, Inyo, and Alpine counties together. They don't want to be on the west side of the Sierra or Madera County. There's no way to travel there, especially during winter. It's a 6-hour drive, and they report not having anything in common with the other side of the mountain. Again, Eastern Sierra Assembly District, they talk about tourism, environmental, small business, and healthcare concerns that unite these areas. They don't want to be included with Madera County. They note that on a map it's contiguous, the current district, but in reality, the Sierra Nevada mountains without a road connection make it so you can't drive from one side of this district, their district, to the other. Don't want to be grouped with San Bernardino. They think you should include Alpine, El Dorado, and Placer counties, as well as Lake Tahoe. Central Sierra, again, talks about Highway 395, public transportation issues, and how since this isn't contiguous, US 50 and I-80 that cross the Sierra Nevada are closed during the winter. Moving up just a little bit to a district that's called CD4. They say that Nevada County and the Sierra to be part of the same district because they're areas that people often spend time in together. Dropping some of the more southern areas will make it more compact and easier for a representative to connect with constituents. Going a little bit closer to Fresno, we're going to next turn to some districts talking about Clovis and Fresno. This first person says Eastern Fresno County should not be in a district with Central and South Fresno. It's a community that has great schools, common tradition and events, and always been part of the same district. Similar would be this next one. Like to see their community remain the same. North Fresno and Clovis should stay in the same district. This area has grown a lot, but it's still kind of retained its small town feel, according to this person's submission. focusing a little bit more on just the area of Fresno. There was quite a few comments from here. This one is called Fresno and Surrounding Cities. They say the district should reflect all of us, not just the rural farmers. Southeast Fresno should be in the same district as Sanger. Fresno Clovis one again, Fresno and Clovis and the surrounding areas that are heavily interconnected. They think they should be all kept together. The Greater Fresno one that, excuse me, just that Fresno should be united. They say Fresno is currently divided between congressional districts and it should be united, especially given that it's possible to draw districts 21, 22, and 16 to at least plurality Hispanic and majority minority. Clovis and Fresno should be in the same district. They also think that Fresno should not be divided between two congressional districts, as that has the effect of minimizing the impact of the city's representation in Washington. This one didn't have any testimony, just a submitted shape. They talk about community. This next one talks about this one talks about community issues such as policing, lack of green space, food deserts and violence, lack of adequate health care, and inadequate schools, plus a lack of tech and internet access, plus growing and pervasive homelessness. They think because of historical racism and the development of the city of Fresno, along with extreme segregation, the community often lacks the representation needed to kind of address these deep structural and economic political challenges, from homelessness to police violence to food deserts. They'd like better representation to help address these. Continuing in the greater Fresno area, they talk about how Clovis, Fresno, Selma, Sanger, Fowler, Reedley, Kingsbury, Parlier, and Delray should all be together. They have a lot of challenges, but a lot of positive attributes. They do not want to be with Tulare or Madera counties. Their smaller populations in more rural areas mean that they have different challenges and opportunities and should have an opportunity to be in a different district. The North City of Fresno, that's a great place to raise a family, they report, conduct a business and grow, brought together by school districts, traffic issues, churches, and annual cultural events, plus police and fire protections that they all share. North Fresno, it's a wonderful place to live, they say. It's the most in common geographic places would be from the mountainous portions of Fresno County. They argue that central southern Fresno counties make up their own communities of interest and should be respected as such. A little bit smaller in Fresno is the Old Fig area. They talk about how this is one of the largest concentrations of Black people in the city of Fresno outside of the historic community of West and Southwest Fresno. This is due to migration, housing availability, and racial discrimination. Discriminatory housing covenants that prevented Black people from living in the area for a long period of time. They want to be in a district with the Fig Garden, Loop, Shaw and Morona, Barstow and Morona, and Bullard High area. Share the same schools, parks, and shopping centers. The next one is called the West of 99. It's very similar. They talk about how African Americans migrated to this area in the 70s and 80s due to developments and the availability of housing. There are Black, Latinx, and Hmong communities here, and the community shares interests in affordable housing, community development, and gaining additional resources. The Southwest Fresno Coy, they don't want to be in a district with downtown or Chinatown. They think there's different interests and values when it comes to community and economic development. Northeast Fresno would like to be at the part of District 16, not District 22. The Fresno Tower District is economically and ethically diverse with mostly middle and lower income families. Talking about businesses, kids, sports, art, and local music that brings this whole district, this whole area together. This next community is called Indigenous Immigrant Farm Working Community. They say that their community of interest is present across several counties in California, and a large concentration of them live in Madera County. This COI was only in Fresno, but that just telling you what it says. They say their zip codes are 93706 and 93721 and would be benefited from keeping in one district. North Fresno is home to many Sikh, Armenian, and Filipino families. They think that Clovis shares the same cultural views as North Fresno. Again, another North Fresno one. Strongly urge you to consider similarities between Fresno and Clovis. There's another one that did not have any testimony along with it. Central and South Fresno, it's really impacted by housing issues. They report both homelessness and a lack of affordable housing. The community includes sub-communities like Tower District, Southeast Fresno, West Fresno, Highway City, Colwa, and South Sunnyside. We shouldn't be grouped with North Fresno and as they have different interests than those communities. Zooming out a little bit again, bear with me. This area of eastern Madera County is called the Mountaintop area. It's rural and conservative. People support each other and are like-minded politically. North Fork, Yosemite, Lakes Park, Oakhurst, and Coarse Gold should all be included. The city of Madera is a central California community. They want to know why there are areas north of Sacramento in their assembly district. They think areas on the valley floor are much more closely related to the city of Madera than areas across the mountains. They have a lot more in common with Fresno, Merced, and even Turlock than we do with Oakhurst and especially Placer. Very small, and Madera is just, they'd like to be in a district with Coachella, Atwater, and Fairmead, which are other rural communities with significant Black populations.
Willie, that last one was really small. Is it possible just to zoom in and see?
Yeah, and it didn't really match up with exactly what they reported saying. That's why I didn't quite zoom in as much. Oh, sorry, I'm turning on the wrong one. So that one is right here in Madera. Just kind of they might have just selected, a census tract or something in kind of the middle of town. I don't want to assume what this is representing, but they talked about how they should be in a district with Chowsilla, Atwater, Fairmead, and other rural communities with significant Black populations.
And can you point us to where those other areas that you mentioned are?
To be totally honest, I'm not sure where those are. I'd be happy to figure that out and look that up. I was kind of we've limited this to just kind of the geographies as presented to us from the COI submissions.
Okay.
Yeah, and Willie, if you could, when they're talking about divide us from this or divide us from that, if you could just quickly maybe put the districts on there. So we could see, like, similar to Three Rivers, how they've been cut up.
Yeah.
Fresno had been cut up.
Yeah, let me turn it on really quick for a little bit, and you can let me know if we should leave it on. I think when we get into this, this next part, you'll see some of Fresno and San Joaquin and Stanislaus counties are divided. We do have some testimony that kind of speaks to those issues.
Okay. Thank you. And then you can turn them off. But as you get into one that mentions something, then go ahead and turn that back on just briefly.
No problem. That makes
thank you.
Sense. All right. So this next one is called the North Valley COI. They say the North Valley is a very unique region and shouldn't be represented with any part of the Greater Bay Area, essentially. Merced County or Galt share similar economies. The wine growing is very similar to that of Lodi and Modesto. Merced County shares a dairy and almond industries with the North Valley. They say the Bay Area, which includes Stockton, Lathrop, and Tracy, shouldn't be in the district as they've become Bay exurbs over the last 2 decades. They talk about the issues here as agricultural land preservation, the San Joaquin watershed, and other things, drug use, air quality control, things along those lines. In this similar area is COI called the Grape Workers of Central California. They ask that you please do not cut their community in half at the Stanislaus-San Joaquin County line. Grape workers deserve a fair voice. They say if it does become necessary to expand a district beyond this community, it should not include Western San Joaquin County, specifically the urban cities of Stockton, Lathrop, and Tracy. Kind of in that same area, Stanislaus County, they do not want to be in a district with Tracy. They want to be with Lodi because it's much more in tune with their cultural values and agricultural needs. Speaking of that, this next one is called Egg Workers. They want Stanislaus to remain whole because they share the same interests. Culturally and economically similar District 10 is what this COI is called. They want to keep Stanislaus County together, Ripon and Escalon with Stanislaus County, as those two cities are within, excuse me, San Joaquin County, but people there do much more business in Stanislaus than they do in places like Tracy or Stockton. This is called an East Side Stream Management COI. They talk about how they are concerned with things like water use differences, policies that kind of are not shared across rural and urban communities, and how they want that to be considered as you decide where to put the district line. This next one is in Turlock, in Stanislaus County. I'll zoom in there a little bit. They say the old District 4 should merge a bit into District 5 as that was too big in the community and it didn't share community interests as far as diversity. They said there isn't really anything that brings them together in Turlock or much community involvement. Second, all this loads. Okay, the next one is in Modesto. It is a, it's called Victory and Praise Modesto Church. It shares diversity and socioeconomic mix from business proprietors. Included in their community is the downtown Modesto area. The next one is it's called Young People of Color and Immigrants and Refugees in Merced County. They say there are many issues facing this diverse working class families. They're traditionally underrepresented and they need better representation. I'm sorry, let me move the map really quickly. Show you that one. It's down here. In Merced. Okay, next, and getting close to the end, sorry, we're over 100 at this point, is a Stanislaus County one. They say they would like Tracy to be removed from their district and Lodi added. They feel that Lodi is more suited to their common wants and needs of the valley than Tracy is. This next one talks about how Stanislaus County needs to be more connected east-west and not north-south. They're a destination for Bay Area second homes, retirement, recreation. They need things like water, forest resources to be managed by the representation, as well as traffic issues going east and west again. The North San Joaquin, California 9, talks about how Calaveras and Amador counties, Sacramento up to Elk Grove, and Eastern Solano should all be included. They don't want to have Stockton or Contra Costa counties as they are more bay-oriented than the rest of the district. The Calaveras County, they think it's logical that Calaveras be connected with the valley. This one talks about Lodi, Stockton, Modesto, how Contra Costa County and Tracy Mountain House area are under the Bay Area influence and do not have commonalities with people in San Joaquin County limits. They say Galt and the most northern small towns are consumers of the Sacramento Elk Grove bubble and that makes their interests different. They also report that while most of Stanislaus County deserves its own representation for having a heavier agricultural influence, Modesto has a larger population that could benefit from a city-like representation. As a Stockton native, they see their commonalities more with areas like Lodi and Manteca. These towns share more than just a common metropolitan urban landscape. They have different needs and different futures ahead. In San Joaquin County is the city of Tracy. Oh, excuse me. The big issues they talk about are transportation related. There's also South Stockton. They report that this map was drawn in collaboration with Black community members, focusing on where the Black community exists and the interests that they all share. They also want to note, though, that the Latinx community in the surrounding area faces similar issues. They have an interest in finding better funding for schools and communities and addressing gun violence, over policing, and many other issues. They also report submitting a second map, which we'll show, documenting a different area. They want to be in a district with the South and Southeast Stockton City. They do not want to be in a district with West Stockton, which is predominantly white, wealthy community. They would also not want to be in a district with Lodi, again, because it's predominantly white and has historically had more political influence in the county than low-income minority communities. South Stockton, again, this is drawn by that same organization with a lot of the same kind of rationale and reasons given. Up a little bit. This one is called Lodi. It's a farming community with conservative values. They want to maintain a calm, peaceful way of life that brings the values of their community and those around it. Stockton, California. They're in Stockton. They would like very much to be allowed autonomy. They have assembly districts represented solely by San Joaquin County residents, and I can turn on that assembly district line really quick too. Okay, Lodi in northern San Joaquin County. It's an agricultural community that has issues such as water and land use of great importance. These interests differ from the rural community, differ from those in the East Bay and more urban areas. Area grape growers and their employees live, work, and farm in Lodi, Thornton, Victor, Lockford, Clements, Campo, and Linden in San Joaquin County, as well as portions of rural Sacramento County. Wine growers and the associated agriculture business are the backbone of these communities, and agriculture is the leading industry in San Joaquin County with $5.7 billion economic contribution to the area. The city of Manteca is a community that lacks broadband communication infrastructure, especially on the outskirts of the city. The Diana Tracy area is a community that includes a lot of Latinx people who have recently relocated from the Bay Area. The north side of Tracy is being forgotten and is in desperate need of prioritization for funding and economic investment. They would like to be in a district Manteca and Stockton. And then the last one I'll be talking about today is Tracy, where they seem to agree on improving the commute through the Altamont Pass, and better paying and more jobs in the area are in need. They also say that they could use a college in the area. They're a very diverse community with an ever-growing group of San Francisco transplants coming to our city for affordable housing, which can create somewhat of a bedroom community. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, or if not, I will turn it right over to Kennedy to kind of continue our path northward. All right. Kennedy, do you want to share your screen? I will stop. Great.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much, Willie. We really appreciate that. And
no problem.
I don't see anyone. If anyone has a question, quick, speak up. But otherwise, if we just zip into Kennedy's presentation, that would be wonderful.
Willie, your screen is still up.
Yeah, to share my screen, I need, oh, there we go. And he fixed it. Thank you, Willie. So
Before we get
Apologize for
started,
that.
let me just jump in for a second before we get started. Our next mandatory break is at 5, so we have 20 minutes, but I just want to give you a heads up.
okay, so I will just begin, do the first 20 minutes. We can break.
Sorry.
And then,
Yeah, but then we will continue after the break.
yes. Okay, so I will begin sharing my screen with you all. Hello, commissioners. My name is Kennedy Wilson, and I will begin by showing you COIs in El Dorado County. So I'll be covering El Dorado, Sacramento, Yolo, and then up in those areas there. So let's zoom in here to El Dorado. Just wanted to remind you of where it was on the map for anyone not familiar. And our first two COIs I will turn on, and they will come up in blue. So you can see here we have a COI Grizzly, sorry, as the map loads, Grizzly Flats, and then a South Lake Tahoe Myers one. And I'm going ahead and turn on the Google terrain layer because it is relevant for these next few COIs. So Grizzly Flats here is a small COI that wants you to know that it is main concern is fire safety, and all of the community rallies behind that. And then we have this South Lake Tahoe Myers COI. And as you can see here, this blue area is Tahoe. South Lake Tahoe is there, Myers is there. And then this COI said that is brought together by being geographically isolated by mountain ranges. So here in this brown area, if you follow my cursor, you can see that those areas are geographically isolated. I'm going to turn off that blue one so that you can see that a little bit better, where those mountain areas are. And now I'm going to turn off this layer, and we're going to go look at a few counties. So here we are going to zoom out to the county level, and our next few COIs have similar testimony and similar geography. I'm going to layer them slowly on top of each other so that you can see those and see those differences. So the first one we have here includes Nevada, Placer, and El Dorado in purple. Then I'm going to go ahead and add the next one. This one is a version of that and also includes Amador, Calaveras, and Alpine. And then our next third one that has similar geography is this one that bleeds into Amador, Alpine, and then has Yuba and Sierra added above. All of these COIs said they share concerns in resource management, specifically forestry and transportation. COIs said that they value nature, tourism, and recreation. And while they're close, they do feel separate from Sacramento area. And another big thing that they mentioned was that they wanted to split up Congressional District 4. So I'm going to go ahead and turn on those lines for you to see where Congressional District 4 is and let you have a look. So it's here in green, and I'm going to back out here. And Congressional District 4 cuts out a little bit of Placer here. And as we move down, goes down to Fresno. So that is the entire Congressional District 4 in these areas here. And they stated that these northern counties in that area are more alpine mountain communities, while they don't have the same focus as the southern ones, which have a focus on farming. So now I'm going to begin to turn those lines off. Commissioner Anderson, I see you speaking, but you are muted.
Could you go ahead and put the terrain on when you're talking
Yes.
about anything that has to do with mountains and
Yes, mountain communities. I'll just go ahead and do that also while I'm still here. So turning that on, we can see that the mountains kind of over here. I'm going to turn off those layers so that you can also see it underneath, because even though it's opaque, it's kind of hard to see the mountains still. And so those areas that I just spoke about covered from Sierra, Yuba, Nevada, Placer, El Dorado, Alpine, and Calaveras in this area here, the mountain communities as they call themselves. And so now we will go on to our next koi, which called itself the Sacramento Foothills Koi. And they also expressed similar concern as those kois before and said they do not want to be with the farming communities of the Central Valley. And so similar to this geography, but added Sacramento and Yolo. And now we will be zooming in closer to Yolo County. I'm going to turn that terrain layer off to zoom in closer so that we can get a better view of Yolo here. It takes a little while. So here we have the Yolo County Koi, Western Yolo County. And if you can note, you can see here, there's a small pink part that's cut out that is on the Sacramento line. And we'll zoom closer and you can see, but that is West Sacramento. And this Yolo Koi said that it would like to be known by its agricultural land and their ties to UC Davis, which employs a lot of the people within Yolo County. So now we're going to move into Sacramento. And I guess before we do that, I would like to note the shape of Sacramento. Not everyone might be familiar with the shape of the county. And it has, as I like to call it, a little tail here. So it's pretty rectangular and goes off into the little tail. We'll start north, make our way south, and then go back out of that. But just so you could see what those county lines look like. So our next koi will be in northern Sacramento, a little bit into Yolo, and I'm going to zoom in here for you. And so this one, as you can see, north Natomas, Natomas Crossing, south Natomas is what we have. And Natomas Koi would like you to know that it has a shared Natomas Unified School District. They do not mind being districted with the more urban parts of Sacramento. And this koi wants you to know it's a flood zone that values safe levees, safe communities, and they would like recognition of their diversity. So now I have a few kois that are all very geographically adjacent. So I'm just going to turn them on so you can see them all next to each other, and then I'll go in individually and turn those on and off so you can see. So we start with a bigger koi that is encompassing Sacramento and West Sacramento. And it just takes a second for this Google terrain layer to load. And then we have three other ones that lie within this koi. So I will begin to turn those on and you will just see how everything is close together, but everyone has different opinions. So we're going to start off with the bigger blue koi. And that one wants to encompass Sacramento, West Sacramento, and the metropolitan areas, as well as with the suburban areas in that koi as well. And now we will move on to the smaller green koi. And I'm going to zoom in so we can get a little bit closer. And so here we have, if you can see underneath, says East Sacramento. This is the East Sacramento koi that has said it is a smaller, affluent community who does not feel it aligns with the ideals of downtown Sacramento, which leads us to our next koi. And this koi, as you can see, it's a purple kind of brownish color. And there is a tiny bit of overlap right in this area. But this koi has named itself the Midtown Downtown Oak Park area. This area wants you to know that it does not align with the northern parts of Sacramento, which would be up to Natomas, parts of East Sacramento. So you can see where it does feel that it aligns here, but the other parts it does not. And some of the Land Park area as well. They said that those communities are more wealthy, and in the Midtown Downtown Oak Park area, they have younger residents that are more lower to middle class. And now we are going to move again lower. So I'm going to turn these off. We're going to move one lower and move a little bit more south. And here we have the Pocket Greenhaven koi that was submitted. And this koi wants you to know that it feels its area tends to get lumped in with Elk Grove, but feels they should be more with Sacramento. And their community wants you to know it has a large API presence with older residents as well as families. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit just so you can see where Elk Grove is with this koi still turned on. So I'm just letting it load. And so as I move up, you can see here we have the Pocket Greenhaven Koi that is in orange, I'm outlining. And Elk Grove is here in this yellow tannish area that it said it feels not aligned with. And now we are going to continue moving south into that little tail that I described of Sacramento County. Oh, actually, sorry. We're actually moving a little bit more south to these two kois. This one's green and blue. Oh, there we go. Green and blue. I'm going to toggle it kind of on and off so that you can see where that overlap is. On and off. These two kois have expressed concern with their current city council districts, and they want you to know that they are connected through their concerns with housing, grocery stores, schools, transportations, parks, and business. And now, now we are going to be moving down into that tail that I had described before. So turning those off and moving into a koi that called itself the Walnut Grove Koi. So I'm going to zoom out just a bit so we can see all of that tail and all of it together. So this one here, this Walnut Grove, oh, sorry, still loading. This Walnut Grove Koi says that it represents the Delta communities in this area and that they have a shared interest in water rights and water recreation. So up from Freeport down to that Isleton area, and Walnut Grove is this city right in here. And now we will be continuing to move north in Sacramento. And we have two kois that show some overlap with each other that I would like to show you next. So we have the Arden Arcade and Carmichael areas here in blue and green. Again, I'll toggle that on and off so you can make sure you see that overlap that's there. This Arden Arcade, Carmichael area would like you to know it is an unincorporated suburban area in Sacramento. They do not want to be districted with the urban areas of Placer, which Placer is north of Sacramento. You can see I'm circling that here. We'll be moving there next, but here's that geographic difference there. And this community wants you to know it's tied together by being diverse in many ways from age, ethnicity, and income. They want you to know they are heavily concerned with improving the condition of their roads and keeping green spaces in their community, making sure their neighbors have housing. Now we will be moving to the northeastern part of Sacramento, covering these cities. I'll be turning these ones off. And here you can see up from Citrus Heights to Folsom down to Rancho Cordova. These communities feel they get districted out with more rural counties, though they are a Sacramento suburb. They want you to know that they are connected through transportation and commerce in their area. And now we are going to be moving out of Sacramento and moving north into that Placer area. So I have this koi here. It's a smaller koi in the Roseville, city of Roseville. I'll zoom in a little closer for you there. And let's just go really close into that koi. So this koi in Roseville wants you to know it is a small community that prides itself on being very diverse. And then we are going to move out and go into Auburn. So let's continue to, we're going to move a little bit north in Placer County. I'm going to zoom out here. And as right now, I'm just going to turn off that terrain layer so it's easier to move around because it does make it a little slow. So here we go, turning that off just for the purpose of moving around and getting you to see what you need to see. So now we have the North Auburn, Newcastle, Auburn koi here. This koi, once you know, is also unincorporated area in Placer, and that is concerned with the issues of wildfire, water resources, and water management. So I'm going to go ahead and turn those off. And then we're going to zoom a little bit wider because this next COI is going to cover quite a few cities that are in Placer and El Dorado. So I'm going to turn that on. And as you can see, it covers a lot in this Placer area and then a few cities in El Dorado. So this Loomis COI, as it named itself, is within the Placer and El Dorado counties. And they want you to know that they value things like being outdoors and supporting a strong local business culture. So now I'm going to zoom out even more because our next COIs, I'm sorry, Commissioner Anderson, I see you speaking again. I didn't know if you knew you were muted. If you wanted to say something
Yeah, this is great. And but when you are in the right place, then if you turn the terrain on, that would be great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Of course. And so now I'm going to turn on two COIs that have very similar geography and testimony, again, like the other ones. And so I'm going to toggle them on and off and let you see that difference. And then I'll go into explaining their testimony. So we have here a COI that goes into El Dorado, Placer, Nevada, and Sierra, and has a little bit of northern Sacramento here. And then this next one is going to come in red. And then it has some of those in El Dorado, Placer, Nevada, and in the Sacramento area. And these COIs have expressed being fiscally conservative, but socially liberal. These COIs enjoy outdoor recreation and their proximity to the Tahoe area and the Sierra Nevada mountain range. And also they enjoy their local business and community events. And so now those are these two, and I'm going to continue to go out wider because we have a COI that has similar testimony to them as well, but covers a county, so it covers wider range. So this here, you can see they have a lot of overlap adding this setter. And all three of these COIs have expressed not being happy with their current congressional district because it splits them all up. So I'm going to go ahead and turn on that congressional district lines again and show you the congressional districts that are going on in this area. So we're going to get wider. And I showed before the 4th district, which cut out a piece of Placer and went south down to Fresno. And then this is also in the 1st district, which has that piece of Placer, Nevada, Sierra, Butte, Plumas, Tehama, Lassen, Shasta, all the way up to Siskiyou and Modoc. Then we also have a part of it in the 3rd district as well, which has these parts of Yuba, Sutter, Yolo, Glen, and Colusa. So instead of being separated in all to those, they would like to be one in this area here. So now I'm going to turn those lines off. And we're going to move to our next COI, which covers the counties of Sierra and Nevada. So here in green, I'm going to move just a bit closer for you to see those county lines. Move that down here in this green area as I'm hovering my mouse through. The Sierra and Nevada County Community COI has said that tourism is important to both of these counties, and I'll turn on that Google terrain layer. And so you can see what's going on kind of behind there, and the Tahoe National Forest is right in there as well. And they have said that tourism is important to both of them, and they have deep roots in the forestry and mining industries. To keep their tourism healthy, they've said that they have to keep their forest healthy, and that's a main priority to both of these counties. They are also concerned with fire awareness. And I see you coming off mute, and I see it's 4:59, so great place to stop because I just finished that one.
Wow, outstanding. Well, thank you for that. At this point, we'll take our mandatory break and come back at 5:15. Well, welcome back, and we will continue on with our line drawing team. We'll turn it back over to Kennedy. Thank you, Kennedy.
Thank you very much. Hope everyone had a good break. So before I continue, since we had a break, I'll just go ahead and show you kind of where we just came from. We were down in Sacramento We went into Placer and a little bit into El Dorado. We looked at a wider view of El Dorado, Placer, Nevada, Yuba, and Sutter. Then we moved up to this green koi here that had the counties of Sierra and Nevada. So now we're going to be moving a little bit more west into the counties of Colusa, Butte, and Sutter, and Yuba. So I'll go ahead and turn these ones off and those ones on. So as you can see here, it reaches into all of those counties, and we are going to zoom in to get a closer look at all of them. This koi is surrounding Colusa and surrounding areas, and then it goes over to Gridley. We have Live Oak, Linda, Olivehurst, and Wheatland. This koi wants you to know it has a large immigrant Latino working class community. They would like to be recognized and kept away from wealthier parts of Greater Sacramento and Chico. And if you remember, as we just did that review, Sacramento is south of them. So moving down, it's south here, Sacramento, and you can kind of see that proximity from there to there. And then Chico is further north and actually where we will be heading next. So I'm going to pull us into Butte County and into here. And so our next few kois also have geographic proximity. So I'm going to just turn them on just so you can see them all next to each other and then go through them individually. So we're going to start with the blue here that covers Chico and Durham, go into a northern Chico and up to Cohasset. So let's start off with that blue one. And that koi has called itself Chico proper, which calls itself the cultural hub of Congressional District 1. And we might as well have a review of those Congressional District 1 lines. And as we zoom out here, I'm sure you all could use getting familiar with it. And I'm just going to turn off that terrain so we can zoom out a bit faster and see that. And so the first district, it cuts off that Placer, Nevada, Plumas, Butte, a little bit of Glen, Tehama, Shasta, Lassen, and up to Siskiyou and Modoc. So we will go back in there. And I'll zoom back into our koi area. And turn back on that terrain layer. There we go. So this community also says it sets itself apart in its belief from surrounding areas and has provided cultural opportunities through Chico State College. And now we are going to move on to that next koi right nestled in there in the north. And I'm going to turn this blue one off. This one has called itself Northern Chico. That says it feels more suburban and they like their safe communities and good schools in this area. Now, and we still have those congressional district lines on, so I'm going to go ahead and turn those off. But as you can see, all of Butte is in Congressional District 1. And now we will move on to Cohasset Ridge Koi, which is above that pink one right here. It goes across that line of Butte County and it's hugging right there. And Cohasset Ridge wants you to know that it does not want to be cut off from Chico City services. So right there is a difference, and it wants to still be, they said they're taxpayers and they still want the services that Chico has to offer. They said they are a small rural community concerned with things like fire safety and recycling, garbage and recycling access, and water sustainability. Now we will be turning off this Google terrain layer just to move north. We are going into Shasta County, and that is going to take us kind of diagonal and north through Tehama. So we're going to move through Tehama up to Shasta and go south of Redding into Happy Valley. So I will turn on that Google terrain layer and our next koi. There as that loads up, turn this off. And here we have this one. Happy Valley Koi wants you to know that it has a community foundation And this community foundation has fundraisers to help their citizens safety patrol and keeping their community safe. And that is what brings them together. And now that is kind of it for our smaller COIs in this Northern California region. And now I'm going to take it to a wider scope. The rest of them are all counties. So I'm going to turn that terrain layer off again and just to get out so that we can see those county layers a bit faster. So just moving out, moving a little bit more. I'll turn that layer back on in just one moment, just so you can see, because like you know that there's not a big population, so people cover a lot of counties in these COIs. So I'm going to turn that Google terrain layer back on. And now we will move on to our next COI, which is going to show up in dark blue, covering Siskiyou, Shasta, Tehama, Glen Butte, Yuba, and Plumas. This COI expressed that there is an LGBTQ presence in these counties, and they do not want to be grouped with Modoc and Lassen, but rather counties like Sonoma and Napa, which are down here, because they feel that these counties would drown their voice. And now I have, similar to how we've done earlier, a few COIs that differ in geography but have very similar testimony. So I'm going to turn on the smaller one first and have it build. So I'll go slowly so that you can see where those differences in counties are, and then I'll give their testimony. So starting off with this one, which covers Shasta, Tehama, and Lassen, then it's going to go red and the overlap will turn purple. And then it went down to Glen and Calusa, and you can see there's some overlap there. And then now is where the big overlap is going to come through, and you're going to see a lot more counties added in green and lime green. So that added Siskiyou, Modoc, Butte, Plumas, and Sierra, and still has all those other counties in it as well. And then one more, which then just went on to add Sutter and Yuba from all of those. And these COIs here all expressed that they were very rural, and this is where people tend to be lower income, and they value jobs like farming. They share several national forests, state forests, and lakes in these areas, and they are concerned with changing climate. Sadly, wildfires, like a lot of the rest of these Northern California communities, and water issues. These areas feel they are both alike socially and economically, and this version does not include counties like Trinity, Humboldt, and Del Norte because they do not feel coastal counties have the same ideals as them. But as we go on to look at our next grouping of Northern California COIs, it's going to have ones that include Trinity, Del Norte, and Humboldt. So I'm going to go ahead and turn these ones off. And we're going to go into our next one. I'll start off with this. And I'll show you its similarity to before. So it's kind of a hard overlap to see with these colors in that background, but as you can see, it turns a little bit more pink where it's overlapped pretty much in all of those spaces, but that Trinity was added. And then we're going to add Del Norte and Humboldt, and you can see where that blue is, that purple overlap, and then the red underneath. And then we have one more that's going to make it a little darker. And here, just some more overlap. And these counties expressed that they do feel connected, having those coastal communities there with them because they share a common interest in the Klamath River watershed, lodging, and power. And they said that they also enjoy outdoor recreation and activities. And I will show you just above here in Oregon, above that state line, is where Klamath Falls is. And Klamath Falls kind of goes out into Siskiyou, into Trinity, into Humboldt, and into Del Norte. And that is where the river watershed is. I'm going to go ahead and turn these COIs off just so you can see that terrain a bit better too, and maybe just zoom in a smidge for you there. And the Klamath National Forest is right there. But again, Klamath Falls is here and runs into these counties here, and that is what they feel connects them all together. And that is the end of my presentation, and I hope that you all, the commission, enjoyed what Northern California residents had to say. Thank you. Oh, and of course, any questions you might have or anything else.
Well, thank you so much, Kennedy, and to Willie. This is really fantastic. Commissioners, questions for Kennedy or Willie or Karin?
If I might add one more thing, it's just that I was giving a lot of versions of that Northern California, and we got so many submissions, as you'll see as you go through things as well, that just they differ maybe about 1 to 2 counties and then say very similar things, and some just send in, you know, same exact geography, maybe a little bit of testimony difference, but they're all in that Northern California area. Very similar in their geography compared to those kind of smaller COIs that you'll have to deal with in Los Angeles, and you saw that in Sacramento as well. So just a note about what submissions are looking like in this area.
Yeah, no, that's great and super helpful just to identify those, you know, the differences in the regions and what kinds of COIs we're seeing, and just to observe some of those trends, if you will. Any additional thoughts, comments, questions, need for clarity from commissioners? I'm trying to get through the list just to see everybody. And welcome.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Oh, Commissioner Fernandez, thank you.
I was trying to find my raise hand button and I wasn't finding it. Willie, I'm not going to have you go back, and this is probably a question for all of you, and Karin also as well. You might want to chime in. There was one COI that you noted, and I can't remember what it was, but I'm going to say something that it might have been like, but we don't want to be included with Stockton and Tracy, and that's nothing to do with Stockton and Tracy. But the COI, the map they actually drew had Stockton and Tracy. So we just go with whatever they submit, because there may be a disconnect between what they drew versus what they said. But we just go with what they gave us. Is that how we're, oh, now I see everybody. Is that how we're going with this?
I think it's really up to you to deal with those kind of contrasting COIs however you think is best. You know, just like when you get kind of inconsistent testimony during a COI public input hearing, that's entirely possible on the COI submission tool. And so I think it's, you know, however you guys choose to individually deal with those kind of conflicting testimony, and then turn that into actionable instructions for us as mappers. You know, that's the hard part. So that's why they pay you guys the big bucks.
And I will, just adding to that, I will say that Willie mentioned this earlier. Sometimes it was difficult for people to work that COI tool. And if they didn't know to zoom in and then get closer to that block level, they just don't know how to add those areas. So it's really probably more important to listen to the testimony rather than the geography if they're not able to do that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that makes a lot of sense, that the testimony, given, you know, that not everyone's going to be an expert mapper. I think if there are very clear differences, that might make a lot of sense. And I also just wanted to clarify, no one's paying us the big bucks. Commissioner Fornashari, I think I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to say that that's part of what our mapping playbook subcommittee is also going to consider when that they'll bring back to us some thoughts on that how we're going to manage that.
That is a great point. Any other commissioners with questions, comments, need of clarity? Okay, perfect. Well, thank you to the Q2 and Haystack mapping team for being here today and giving us this tour of these northern portions of the state of California. This has been really fantastic, as always, and really lovely just to get to see more of the mapping team, as well as starting this out with the outreach team. And I echo my colleagues' thanks and gratitude for all of the wonderful work that you all have been doing. Commissioner Anderson, was there anything else in this topic area? Certainly we can run through the next couple of steps. We will be, of course, doing another session similar to this on Saturday, September 11th. So looking forward to seeing you all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed on a Saturday as we review I believe the coastal regions and other parts of Southern California that we have not yet had a chance to examine. As a part of September 11th, we'll also be hearing, I believe, from Commissioner Yee and Commissioner Turner about their first takes on I forgot the name, the playbook, though, that they are working to develop, which I think will be a really wonderful conversation.
Mapping playbook.
I'm sorry, mapping playbook. Okay. I feel like
Subcommittee.
we need to get this bound eventually, because it sounds like something really exciting, like a pocket version. Commissioner Anderson, any other pieces?
Not really at this time. We have this, the idea is Commissioner Sadwani said on the 11th, and we'll go through the coastal areas is, again, it's the entire, so it's essentially A, C, and E. And then the southern will be all our zones except LA County. And so we'll see how those all sort of fit together. So that was kind of the plan. So we've kind of gone over everything before we move into the next phase. And you might have noticed that the line drawers said the dates of this. So every time we're getting a little bit more of the community of interest information on there. That they are getting more updated, and on the 11th we'll have a bit more in as well.
That's right. And just wanted to add a couple of thoughts. Given that the database is constantly being updated and adding more and more, it's definitely on each of us to really do our due diligence and dig into the tool that's available now on the website. Certainly, this is a wonderful opportunity for us to really see a broad swath of many of the COI COI input that we have received through the COI tool. But there's certainly going to be some that aren't shown during these sessions. So definitely spend time reviewing those submissions on the website. And then secondly, just in terms of what comes next. So of course, this week we have a very busy agenda with our final COI input sessions, and September 11th, Saturday, doing this, another tour of COI submissions. Following that, however, next week, we will be meeting to give direction to the mapping team. And so again, and I know we've discussed this before, but I'll just mention it just in case. This will be really our first chance to discuss these COIs. And we'll be working with the line drawing team this week to discuss more about what kind of directions we should be giving, what that might look like, how to structure that conversation. With the idea being that the direction that we give next week to the line drawing team before the census data arrives is solely based on this COI testimony that we've received, and will help inform the first visualizations that we'll receive in early October before we begin the actual line drawing. So just a reminder that that's kind of where we're headed with all of this. And I'm really looking forward to the opportunity to just hear what everyone else is thinking about all of this testimony that we have received, both through the COI tool, as well as through the input sessions and the letters and the emails. I am certain that amongst 14 of us, something that stands out to me will probably be different for some of you. So really looking forward to those conversations. Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, I did have one thing to say regarding, the issue of the COI looks one way, but the testimony says something else. During the 15th, 17th, and 18th, the outreach team and the line drawers themselves who've been taking in information will have access to the testimony. So we won't be just looking at those areas and going, okay, well, here's an area, here's an area, here's an area. We'll be actually saying, well, in these areas now, what do people say? So that, we'll be considering the testimony we'll be able to address those issues. They're not exclusive, you look at one or the other. We'll be looking at both. So, and that's when we'll be addressing, well, they drew the whole county, but they only really talked about the one and didn't want to separate, and they wanted to set things separate. We can say they didn't know how to separate the county, which we did hear that as public testimony until they found out later. Those are the types of issues that we will address. And in terms of we'll have much more our not guidelines per se, but we'll have some ideas about what kind of direction that we really need to be giving.
Looks like that sparked some questions. Commissioner Sinai and then Commissioner Yee.
I would hope that we'd have the conversation with the playbook group first before we go into any of that, because a lot of that is the stuff that the playbook is working on. So it doesn't make sense to have the conversation before they help us guide it and we have all the information and we all have input on it. Because again, I'm a firm believer about having some of these conversations without the COIs in front of us, but having it in general, and their guidelines, they're not going to be in stone, but it's important to have these conversations based on values, principles, thoughts, whatever, and not just, so it feels like the guidebook group needs to be first, the playbook group.
Commissioner Yee.
Just wanted to mention that the 2010 Commission, when it came to the COIs, all the inputs, they did have this, they split up the commissioners to the different regions, and we would consider, for instance, perhaps splitting by zone leads to be especially familiar with the COIs from those zones. I mean, because there's just no way we can all be experts in the whole state on all the COIs, right? So that may be a suggestion we'll bring forward and consider. And then when it comes time, to give special attention to those parts of the state, then the zone leads can help guide that discussion involving the COI input.
I think that sounds great. And I know that we are in a crunched timeline, and I think it would have been really great if we had the playbook subcommittee formed a little bit sooner to help us in this process. But I think, we will have our initial conversation, hopefully September 11th. I don't know if Commissioner Yee and Commissioner Turner, I'm hoping that works for you all. We are agendized to have it at a minimum. So hopefully we can at least begin to have some of those ideas set before us before we move into this process. And I think we'll learn as we go as well, and hopefully we'll prevail. Any other final thoughts or concerns, Commissioner Kennedy?
Just a question for Karin, really. Do we have a clear sense from you of what you would like to receive as far as guidance, as far as the content or the level of specificity or any other parameters?
Yeah, I'm actually working on something that I'm going to share with the line drawing subcommittee, and then perhaps they can send it out once they've taken a look at it. So I think there will be more information forthcoming perhaps by tomorrow.
Perfect, thank you.
Commissioner Turner.
Yes, I was just going to add, thank you. Just going to add that information would be helpful. We meet the mapping playbook subcommittee on tomorrow. And so if we have that information in time for that meeting, I think it would probably reduce some rework. If possible, we'd like to have that information so for that conversation.
Perfect. What if I may ask, what time are you meeting tomorrow? Just so I think we're meeting at 10. We haven't seen it yet, but happy to pass it along or have staff pass it along.
1 to 2 p.m. tomorrow.
Okay, great. Perfect. We will do that. Commissioner Fernandez.
I wanted to mention, I know Commissioner Yee had said something about the 2010, that they had kind of split it up. I don't think they even had a database or a map. So it was like they had the information, COI input by day, and I don't know how they sorted through it. I think obviously we have an advantage that we have a map and we're able to see all of the input. So I don't know if it would be necessary to split up California amongst the commissioners. I'm just saying that we're in a completely different, we actually have a database and a data set that we can refer to versus I don't believe they had anything near to what we have this time, which might make it easy. I don't want to say easier, but it would facilitate all of us being able to be more familiar with California all together at once instead of splitting it up.
Great point. Commissioner Sinai.
I think this will be a conversation that the playbook will bring back to us, but I don't think it's an or, but it's an and. The 2010 commission was who influenced our thinking on the outreach and engagement, and purposely selecting diverse parties as well as someone from that region and someone not from that region. And they used it, and I still think it would, I kind of agree with Commissioner Yee after reading the report. It's helpful to have those two eyes, have eyes that are specific on that area, but you still have to know all of California as well. But it's those that can take fuller notes and see what's still missing and what's happening. I do not want to leave that to the staff. I know we have outreach and all sorts of team, but I do think that the commissioners need to be involved in that aspect of it.
Okay. It sounds like this conversation is just starting, and that ultimately we'll continue to think through kind of these logistics on Saturday, particularly as we get greater clarity from the line drawing team in terms of what kind of direction would be helpful, as well as the playbook subcommittee really begins to chart out how we can engage with one another and engage in this process. Okay. And so with that, I think Chair, we'll hand it back to you.
Well, thank you. That was a great update. Let's see, I too want to thank Kennedy, Willie, Karen, and the line drawing team for your input. Also want to thank Jose, Eduardo, and Ashley, and the whole outreach team for all their hard work and their update today. Really, really helpful and enlightening. So thanks to everyone. With that, we have completed all of the items on our agenda. I do need to call for public comment on agenda item 5 and general public comment 2. So if we can do that, Christian, that would be awesome.
Sure thing, Chair. The Commission will now take public comment on agenda item 5 and general public comment for items not on the agenda. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID number 881-3402-5430. Once you've dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions are read at the beginning of the meeting and are provided on the live stream landing page. And there are no callers in the queue at this time, Chair.
Okay, but we will hang on until the instructions are complete and then a little bit longer. The public has heard it a couple times, but I will just remind the public that we have 3 more community of interest input meetings. Tomorrow will be the zones in Southern California, and we will have interpretation in Cantonese, Japanese, Mandarin, and Spanish, and that's from 3 to 7 tomorrow. And then Thursday and Friday from 3 to 7, we will have our final two statewide community input meetings, and they will be simulcast in Spanish. All Californians are invited to join in and provide input into any of our public input meetings. But please join us over the next 3 days or go to our tool at drawmycacommunity.org. That's drawmycacommunity.org. And then finally, as we were just discussing, we will meet back at 11 o'clock, at 9:30 on Saturday, the 11th, for a continuation of this conversation we've been having this afternoon. So join us for that. Christian, are the instructions complete?
The instructions are complete on the stream, and there are no callers at this time.
Okay. Well, very good. I want to thank everyone for being with us and the support. Thank my fellow commissioners, and this meeting is adjourned.